institution in our state, and they used to own Dr. Jermaine Johnson back when he played basketball at the College of Charleston, and I just want to welcome them here. We're about to take back over the state. Thank y'all for being here today.
Welcome to the State House, gentlemen. Proud of what you've accomplished so far, and enjoy your visit here today. Representative Luck has someone introduces. He's in the chamber. Representative Johnson, you want to stand up here with him too? House has come to order. House has come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Craig Logan and his crowd will stand up here. I want to recognize a number of people here. Today before us we have members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Kappa Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Children's Defense Fund, Appleseed Legal Justice Center, E3 Foundation, League of Women Voters, Benedict College, College of Charleston, Metanoia, and Liberation is Lit. Why are all these people here? They are all here because they have a connection to Bennettsville native, Spelman alum, and Yale Law alum, Marion Wright Edelman, who I'm happy to tell them that as of yesterday, the Senate has passed a concurrent resolution recognizing June the 6th, 2026, as Marion Wright Edelman Day. And I look forward to celebrating with you with all in Bennettsville on that day. So thank you, and I want to recognize you all. Thank you for joining us at the State House today.
Welcome to the State House. We're glad you're here today. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it very much. Enjoy your stay. Mr. Lux recognized again for a special announcement.
As a follow-up, I would also take the liberty to reintroduce, recognize my predecessor in the House, the effervescent Representative Pat Hennigan, here joining us today.
We get a little bit of order. Mr. Hyatt has got a very important recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up in the balcony today, we've got a group of, and they sent this to me because they knew I'd forget it. If you stand up, the Student Leadership Discovery Group, you'll stand up. Most of these folks are from Representative Pope's district, Rock Hill, York area, but I had the privilege this morning of spending a little time with them at breakfast, and I was impressed with what they're trying.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hyatt. This is somebody from Representative Pope's area, and he would like the courtesy of a little silence while Mr. Hyatt introduces him. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. You're recognized.
Glad to do that for you, Mr. Pope. I've lost it on my phone. Here we go. Student Leadership Discovery, and here's what they do, and you ought to be impressed with this group of young people. They equip high school students across South Carolina to grow in leadership, understand their purpose, and engage thoughtfully in their communities. And they're here with us today, and they're trying to do several things while they're here. They're going to provide students with a firsthand look at how laws are shaped in a real-world setting. They're going to help students understand how state oversight and leadership function. They're going to offer opportunities to ask questions about leadership and public service. They're going to encourage students to explore ways to get involved in their communities, and they're going to create space for students to pray for and encourage those serving in leadership. And their highlight is how biblical values and worldview can influence leadership and decisions that they make in their life. And I appreciate you allowing me to speak to you early this morning. I was impressed with you folks, and I know you're going to do a lot of great things in the days ahead, but welcome to the State House. As I told you, it looked like chaos on the floor. You're seeing it firsthand, but we're going to get something done in a few minutes, so just hang tight. We'll be with you in a few minutes. You'll get to see us make laws. But again, thank y'all for being here today, and we wish you the best, and thank you very much.
Welcome to State House. I'm sorry I missed you guys this morning. I don't know how long you're going to get to be up here, but when you get ready to go down, I'll do my best to come out. I'd love to speak to you before we leave, maybe take a picture. Thanks a lot. Any further announcements before we get on the calendar? All right, we're going to be at ease just a second while we get the paperwork. We've had a number of amendments placed on the desk. So if you want to talk, now's the time, and then I'll get back to order in just a second.
Prescribed burning, also known as controlled burning, are planned fires conducted under specific conditions to achieve various land management goals. In South Carolina, more than 500,000 acres of land are burned each year through prescribed burnings. These intentional fires are an essential tool in managing the state's diverse ecosystems, including forests, grasslands, and wetlands. While the concept of intentionally setting fires may seem counterintuitive, the prescribed burnings offer a range of benefits for both the environment and society. They are also quite a spectacle when you get to see them from the sky.
House will come back to order. House will come back to order.
Prescribed burnings offer numerous benefits.
We're on the calendar. We're on the calendar. Close the roll call. A quorum is present. 116 members here. Clerk will read. We're back in session. Clerk will read.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, Senate, respected former bodies, confirmed the governor's appointment of the Berkeley County Master of Equity.
Message received.
We have a committee report. Spartanburg delegation, favorable as is, 5573.
Committee report.
House resolution, Oremus, Clyburn, Taylor, Hickson, and Arts. Christie, Palladino.
Adopted.
Resolution, Mr. Collins, congratulating the Foothills Playhouse.
Mr. Collins asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Govan, congratulating Ms. Ruth Bartley Brown of Orangeburg.
Mr. Govan asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Govan, honoring the fearless individuals in a youth coalition for tobacco-free kids.
Mr. Govan asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. It's the 2026 National Group Youth Advocacy of the Year campaign for tobacco-free kids.
Mr. Wooten has a House resolution honoring Senior Corporal Daniel Dinkins and Zachary Rutan.
Mr. Wooten asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Robbins honoring Dorchester Junior Varsity Girls Cheer.
Mr. Robbins asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
New introduction, House Resolution. Hickson, congratulating Clemson Livestock Poultry Health.
Mr. Hickson asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
A House Resolution by Representative Bailey, Waste and Recycling Workers Week.
Mr. Bailey asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Ms. Crawford, Mr. Guest, South Carolina Silver-Haired Legislature.
Ms. Crawford asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Wooten, a new resolution, Police Week in South Carolina, May 11th through May 11th through May 26th,
Mr. Wooten asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Wooten, honoring Senior Investigator Edward M. Boyles.
Mr. Wooten asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Wooten, again, honoring Corporal Christian Going, Deputy Wanda Alexander, and Deputy Sandra Stinson.
Mr. Wooten asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Wooten, honoring Deputy W.H. Brown and Corporal T. Floyd.
Mr. Wooten asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Wooten, honoring Deputy Elijah Pierce.
Mr. Wooten asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Kirby, congratulating Kingstree Federal Savings and Loan.
Mr. Kirby asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
We have a Senate introduction, Senate 1125, Senator Saab, Williamsburg County.
Invitations.
Representative Duncan, a new bill requiring mortgage vehicles to have certain letters of attestation.
LCI.
Mr. Bowers, relating to persons subject to search warrants.
Judiciary.
We have a Senate introduction, Senate 903, Young and many others. Enforceability of governing documents, recording requirements, rules and regulations in homeowners association.
LCI.
business.
We are now on the calendar. Now on the calendar, we're on the bottom of page 7. Bottom of page 7. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 416 is a bill by Senator Hembry. We have an amendment on the desk, which is the committee amendment for the
Mr.
education.
Hewitt moves to adjourn debate. All in favor say aye.
Hewitt.
All opposed no, and the ayes
Hewitt.
have it. We adjourn
Simple.
debate. Clerk will read.
Hewitt. 718 Garrett, LCI favor with amendment.
Mr. Hewitt again moves to adjourn.
Hewitt.
Moves to again adjourn debate. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Next on the calendar is Senate 851 Alexander.
Mr. Hewitt again moves to adjourn debate on Senate Bill 851. All in favor say aye. All
Hewitt.
opposed no, and
Simple.
we've adjourned debate. Clerk will read.
Next bill is Senator Cromer, 196 LCI.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on Senate 196. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Senate 150, Senator is a Senate Bill Blackman and Graham, LCI.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on Senate 150.
simple,
All in favor
everything
say
simple.
aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Senate 697, Gambrel, LCI, favorable as.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on Senate Bill 697. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Senate 715, Sutton and others.
Mr. Hewitt once again moves to adjourn debate on Senate 715. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Senate 325, Massey, LCI again.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on Senate 325. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Senate 163 is a Senate bill by Verdon out of LCI.
Mr. Hewitt once again moves to adjourn debate on Senate 163. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
We now are on Senate amendments. This is
No,
30
we're on page.
33. It was misfiled. I am so sorry. Senate 3371.
It's a House bill.
House 3371, Hickson.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 3371. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
5488, Brandon Newton, Ways and Means.
Mr. Hewitt once again moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 5488. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it.
5122, again, Brandon Newton, Ways and Means, favorable.
Let's switch it up. Mr. Teeple moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 5122. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Adjourn debate.
Senate 11, Jackson, Ways and Means.
Mr. Teeple just getting warmed up. Request that we adjourn debate on Senate 11. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and we've adjourned debate. Clerk will read.
Senate 853, Davis.
Mr. Teeple once again moves that we adjourn debate on Senate 853. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate. Clerk will read.
Senate 439, Peeler, Ways and Means.
Mr. Teeple once again moves that we adjourn debate on Senate 439. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate. Clerk will read.
Senate 863, Grooms.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on Senate 863. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate. We're now on withdrawal and objections, requests for debate. Are there any withdrawals, objections, requests for debate? Seeing none, we're now in unanimous consent request. Mr. Pace, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent in light of the Supreme Court ruling this morning to pull H 4717 from Judiciary and put it on the House calendar. That has to do with redistricting congressional lines.
Tell me again the number. Hold on. Whoa. Tell me the number.
4717.
4717. Mr. Pace moves that we recall House Bill 4717 and have it placed on the calendar. Mr. Garvin objects. Who's next? Ms. Edgerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to bring House Bill 4671 from Judiciary to the House floor for a vote. It is the American Sovereignty Act.
Ms. Edgerton requests that House Bill 4671 be recalled from Judiciary and placed on the calendar. Is there an objection? Mr. Garvin objects. Mr. Kilmartin, what purpose do you rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to get Bill 5183 from Judiciary and put on the House calendar. This deals with closing the primaries.
Mr. Kilmartin moves that we unanimous consent to recall House Bill 5183 from Judiciary and place it on the calendar. Mr. Govan objects. Mr. Beach, what purpose you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to recall House Bill 5398 from the Ways and Means Committee to be read and placed on the calendar. This bill is the suspension of the gas tax.
Mr. Beach, unanimous consent request to recall House Bill 5398 from the Ways and Means and have it placed on the calendar. Mr. Bannister objects. Ms. Cromer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a unanimous consent request to remove 4522 from Judiciary and bring it straight to the floor. It's legislation that will criminalize grooming of children. Grooming of children.
Ms. Cromer, unanimous consent request to recall House Bill 4522 from Judiciary and have it placed on the calendar. Is any objection? Mr. Gilliard objects. Any others? We're now on Senate amendments.
Senate amendments 3768. Brewer.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 3768. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate. We're now on second reading statewide contested bills.
Yes, sir. The first one is Mr. Kilmartin's Bill 4042.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 4042.
Simple.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 4042. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on it.
Okay. Next bill is 4737. McGinnis.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 4737. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on 4737. Clerk will read.
3197. Erickson.
Mr. Hewitt moves to adjourn debate on House Bill 3197. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on House Bill 3197. Clerk will read.
5057. Valentine.
Mr. Hewitt once again moves that we adjourn debate on House Bill 5057. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. By a vote of 1-0, we've adjourned debate on House Bill 5057. Clerk will read.
Senate 831. Senator Grooms.
All right.
831. Senator Grooms. This bill.
Mr. Pace, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order.
State your point.
Under House Bill 5.3E, says any bill or resolution considered by the House of Representatives upon second reading that raises revenue must conform to Article 3, Section 15 of the State Constitution. State Constitution, of course, in Article 3 says that bills that raise revenue must originate in the House. This being a Senate bill, I believe that it is out of order under a precedent set on May 4th, 2022, when S-105 was ruled out of order by Speaker Pro Tem Tommy Pope. The bill's purpose, S-105, was to legalize medical cannabis, but it had an enabling tax that was collected under the Sales and Use Tax Act. That was ruled out of order. Even the body voted to confirm that precedent when the ruling was challenged by the chair. This bill, in 3 sections, raises revenue, and in one in particular, in regards to Section 1228.360, an EV charging user fee. This new fee, this new tax, is remitted under the same Sales and Use Tax Act that the Medical Cannabis Enabling Tax Act was collected, would have been collected under. Therefore, I would ask that you rule this bill out of order, as it does not conform with Article 3 of the Constitution.
Anyone else wish to speak on a point of order? Mr. Caskey, state your point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to point out to the chair that one of the distinguishing features of the bill that Mr. Pace referenced was that that particular bill created a new fee out of whole cloth. Here, to the extent there are new fees created out of whole cloth, and I think that's an important distinction the chair ought to weigh in its analysis. Thank you.
Mr. Pace.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I mentioned it. In Section 1228, the EV charging user fee is a new fee. The other aspects of the bill increase fees that already exist, but this new EV charging user fee on public EV chargers is a new out of whole cloth tax, new to the bill.
Mr. Bannister, you wish to speak on the point? Yes. Mr. Bannister, you recognize.
So that was a well thought out argument on taxes. This is a fee, it's a user fee. It does not go to the general fund. The courts have held over and over again that fees are not subject to that rule and that taxes are. That's the differentiation between this bill and what Mr. Pace is referring to.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the point? House will stand order at ease. House will come back to order. And I think the statement that Mr. Bannister made was correct. The issue that you're raising says that anything only applies to raising, levying a tax. So this bill does not, it relates to user fees. It doesn't relate to tax, it relates to a user fee. And that was stated in the Supreme Court Coleman versus Lewis case. And it says, so this bill does not raise a tax, it only relates to user fees, so therefore I'll overrule your point. Mr. Bannister, you're recognized to speak on the bill. Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment number 1 is a committee amendment, and I would move to table that amendment.
Mr. Bannister moves to table amendment number 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no, and the ayes have it. Mr. Bannister, hold on one second. Let's introduce the doctor of the day so they won't have to stay here all day. Mr. Magnuson, I believe you have him. If you don't mind, if you'll step back and let Mr. Magnuson recognize the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we get into it, I've got a privilege to introduce a lady from my district, Dr. Victoria Pollard from Inman. She is a pediatric anesthesiologist, so very important job at Spartanburg Regional Hospital. And she's accompanied by Lauren Norden, who is a graduating medical student, and she is planning on doing internal medicine with her residency at Lexington Medical Center. So thank you, Dr. Pollard, for your service and being with us today, taking time out of your day, and we appreciate your sacrifice to come down here and help us, and all the best, Ms. Lauren, on your future endeavors. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much for giving of your time to us today. We do appreciate it very much. We do appreciate you being here today. Okay, we're now back on the bill.
The next amendment is substitute 2, Bannister. Substitute 2.
Mr. Bannister is recognized on amendment number 2. This is the DOT modernization bill. You might want to start listening up to it, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a strike and insert, so this now will become the bill, so it's important that we're clear on what's in and out of the bill. What it takes out of the original bill is it eliminates the commission entirely. There'll be no more commission. It removes the EV fee. So even if you didn't like that ruling, that's not going to be an issue for us to deal with today because it's taken out of the bill. It strikes the road devolution plan. We heard from the counties they didn't like it, so we took that whole section out of the bill. I'm not encouraging anybody to take any particular action, but if you wanted to pull down your amendments related to that piece, that would be appropriate since it's not going to be in the bill. And it removes the new coordinating council so that the new proposal of how we would coordinate roads and the plans, that is also removed. What it does do, it makes the Secretary of Transportation a gubernatorial appointment, which will effectively be restructuring that agency and making it a cabinet agency. That would be with the advice and consent of the Senate. It does require members of the Transportation Committee, the county transportation, the CTCs. They have to reside in the county where they serve, and they have to be subject to the Ethics Act. So you can't be a self-serving CTC member that lives out of county. This just kind of brings them all into the same, under the same rules. It does do some things for the DOT that they have asked for and other states have done successfully to speed up and improve the way they deliver new roads and fix old roads, like all the things. It broadens the toolbox as it relates to the way they can fund a road, the way they can have choice lanes, their contracting options, how they contract, how they go through procurement, and it allows them to have public-private partnerships, sort of not privatizing the DOT, but allowing them to take advantage of that private sector creativity when it comes to delivering roads for the citizens of South Carolina. It authorizes the department to adopt regulations related to those public-private partnerships, so we'll have a chance to review those. And it updates our statutes to allow the development of choice lanes, which enable them to be self-funded projects, meaning those people who are willing to pay extra to get in an extra lane and go faster will be able to pay for that themselves. It will be funded by the fees collected by those people willing to pay more. The argument over increasing gas tax, increasing spending, where you expand, we're going to allow the DOT to figure out where people are willing to fund it themselves to have that extra capacity. It is especially effective in those congested areas where there's a lot of wait time and there's not enough lanes to accommodate the traffic that's there. It also updates the way we do project delivery and timelines. It expedites construction timelines for complex infrastructure projects. It makes the review process for adopting the National Environmental Policy Act requirements faster. It establishes, and this should make everybody's constituents happy, it establishes a pothole mitigation program that allows the public to report potholes through free mobile apps on the website or by phone and requires the Department of Transportation to complete a permanent repair within 7 days of notification. So what does that mean? If you get Waze and you can report there's a car stopped on the side of the road, now you can report a pothole, and the DOT will have the pothole fixed within 7 days of that report, so we can get ahead of those things that are causing damage to your citizens' cars, because we will be actively working to fix those. With that being said, that becomes the new DOT bill. That is, if we adopt this amendment, that'll be what we're working off for the rest of today and tonight. So to the extent that we want to stay that long, we don't have to. That's not a, we can leave earlier. So I'm happy to take any questions on the amendment.
Mr. Bannister, you got several questions. Mr. Brewer is recognized for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bannister. Did you know that I think this is a great bill that was put together with months and months of input, not only from members of this body, but from citizens all across our state, from local governments all across our state, and that the two chair people that headed this up did a phenomenal job in getting a bunch of feedback from every corner of the state?
Yeah, I didn't know you felt that way, but I do. I probably was remiss in not starting off by saying the impetus of the bill and the amendment is the work of those two chair ladies, Shannon Erickson, Heather Crawford. Both got together, went around the state, and basically heard from the contractors, the citizens, the counties, the cities, everybody who has an interest in improving the way we handle roads in the state of South Carolina, really put in the time to come up with all of these solutions. The amendment really is a culmination of their work. Once it was presented as a bill, everybody got a chance to see it. There was some constructive criticism that went into how we came up with this final product, which is really just a testament to how hard those two ladies worked to make a bill that really advances the interests of the citizens while at the same time not creating problems that aren't necessary. So thank you for your comment. I'm happy to take any other questions.
Yes, sir. So I have some more questions for you. I was going through this and listening to you speak, and one of the things that stuck out to me, and I think a lot of us heard, excuse me, a bunch of rhetoric and a bunch of talk about how the state was forcing roads down onto counties and municipalities without giving them any funding, and that we were jamming these roads down their throat. Can you kind of go into how that's never been in this bill and that is currently still not in this bill?
So a lot of people misunderstand the term mutual consent. So that means both sides have to agree. It has to be consensual. Everybody's got to agree to the process. The idea was to let those counties who wanted to take over the roads and manage them themselves to volunteer to do that. They would have greater freedom with the CTC dollars that they receive every month, and they would have the ability, if they chose to pay for those roads in different ways. They could put it in their general fund. They could have a sales tax penny to manage that. All those things we're trying to give the counties tools to address the problem of those roads in their county that they didn't feel like were being serviced by the DOT. We heard from them, they don't want that. They do not want to manage their own roads. They want that to continue to be the DOT's responsibility, and I'm okay with that. If it was a unanimous call from the municipal association, or the county association saying, don't do that, we don't want it. So it was always voluntary. They objected to it because it was voluntary and they didn't want the choice. So we were taking their choice away from them now. And it'll just go back the way it's always been, which is they can pick one road at a time. They can offer to take it. The DOT can say yes or no, and we'll just do it a little bit at a time.
Would you say that the counties are pretty pleased with that being out of there?
I think they were very happy that that provision has been taken out of this bill, and I have heard, at least anecdotally, not directly from all the counties, but anecdotally that they're happy with the bill now. They think it's a good product. If this amendment is adopted by this body, and this is what we ultimately move forward with.
Thank you. My last question leads to accountability. And in this bill, I believe we put a ton of accountability to our DOT in there. As we know, it's the #1 issue affecting all of our constituents in every single district. But we need to know what the DOT has and does not have, right? We need to know the monies that they're having. We need to know where it's being spent. Did you know that we also have in that First Amendment, or in that amendment that you just talked about, that there would be auditing done to the DOT every 4 years by an independent auditor to make sure that we knew what was going on in the DOT?
Yes, sir. And I didn't mention that because it was one of the pieces that everybody agreed on and everybody wanted, and nobody's against the DOT having an audit, including the DOT, because they would like to prove they're doing it well, and we would like them to prove they're doing it well, and having an independent third party do that was what everyone who's had an opinion has agreed that's a good way to do it.
Mr. Magnuson's recognized for the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Bannister. And I definitely, first of all, want to say thank you for all of the attention that's been brought to this issue. I think that it's probably long overdue, and I'm grateful for all that have, put their hands to the plow and brought this to us. I have several questions, and as has been mentioned, this is a different bill than what we've been kind of working on. I haven't had a chance to read all the way through, but did you know that what I'm seeing so far, I like to reflect Representative Brewer's comments about the audit. I think that's fantastic. I have a couple questions just to clarify, if I could. One is, since we're eliminating that county situation, do we also eliminate the ability for the counties, because at least in one of the versions that I read, there would be an option for the counties to essentially circumvent Act 388 and raise property taxes in order to pay for those roads. Is that also not in this bill?
Yes, sir. All that has been taken out with the road devolution piece. So
okay.
All the different ways that a county could have managed it themselves is not in this bill.
So that goes for the sales tax option as well. Okay, thank you very much. And then I also wanted to ask, as it regards bonds, I think the choice lanes is probably a great thing. I think that'll turn out well. But with the caveat, are we sure, and have you thought about this, that are we sure that the bonds is not going to end up coming back on the taxpayers of South Carolina to where we're going to have to be liable for something that really a private company should be liable for?
So they would be revenue bonds, so the assurance that they would be paid would be the generation of revenue by the thing that is used to build it. So it would not be a general obligation of the state. It would not come back on the taxpayers. It would be the risk of the investors who put the money in to build it and then get the return from the revenue. So it's a disincentive to build one that's not going to work, and it's an incentive to the investors to build one that will.
Okay, so it's not a general obligation bond that's from the state.
That's correct.
What happens if the investor defaults? What happens to the lanes or the bonds?
Excuse me, Mr. Bannister, what do you think of that answer? Your first 10 minutes is up on the amendment. Do you want the second?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized for your second.
So with every bond investor understands there's a risk that the underlying asset generating the revenue to pay the bond and the interest could fail. That's a risk. That's a market price on those bonds. Assuming that the choice lane fell into the river and there was nothing there, the bondholders would be left holding the bag. The bondholders would be left without a return on their investment if it didn't perform as anticipated. But again, that's on sophisticated investors buying bonds, not on the taxpayers of the state of South Carolina.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams is recognized for the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bannister, I just want to add my comments in reference to you working so hard on this and to make it happen for our DOT. But in doing so, I just want to make sure I'm clear. We talked about earlier in the session, we talked about increasing the governor pay. You remember talking about that?
I do recall. That's a different bill, but I do recall talking about that.
Okay. Well, this is one of the reasons why we might need to increase his pay, because we're putting these responsibilities on the governor. Now, for the commission, so we are doing away with the commission. I just want to be clear on it. So we are doing away with DOT commission completely. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that position will report directly to the governor, the secretary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So my concern is how, because South Carolina is broken up into 4 regions. You got the PD, you got the Midland, you have the upstate, you got the low country. I'm just curious how we can make sure that all these areas are being equitable throughout these areas when it comes down to repairing roads and all the DOT infrastructure. How that would happen? Could that help me to understand who would oversee all that part?
So there's still going to be regulations and guides about where the money is spent. But that's going to be a Secretary of Transportation decision to a large degree, and up to the local representatives like yourself who advocate for the projects in their locations and advocate for some spending in those counties that either aren't on the list or are further down the list. It's always going to be a political issue to get money spent in one place instead of the other. We've eliminated as much as we can, but this bill doesn't address how one area will be receiving money and one area won't. We're setting up a way for more work to be done in the state of South Carolina more efficiently in hopes that the money that we have can go further and be put down faster.
Okay, and that makes sense. And certainly, I do understand that certain areas have a greater need, such as my friends in Charleston, with all those mega roads down there. So I know they're gonna want all the attention. But a small area like mine, I want to be able to make sure you guys just don't go down there and fix all Charleston roads, and some of the roads in the PD is left done. That wouldn't happen, would it?
Absolutely not. Not as long as you're in the General Assembly.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, Representative Bannister. That's comforting in knowing that Charleston won't get all the roads fixed, and we lagging behind. My last and final question has to do with the mobile reporting, and you mentioned that just now. And you also mentioned about having 7 days to repair those reporting once they come through. How would that look? Tell me a little bit about how that's set up.
So I use Waze as an example. The app that you would be able to report on is not Waze. I just use that as a way, a lot of people use that. The DOT will have an app. It will allow a citizen to report a pothole, and it requires DOT to fix it in 7 days. Within 7 days. So they might fix it the next day, it may be 6 days, but they have to respond and repair it permanently within that time period. The DOT has a separate fund set up for this. They're planning on, they got a whole, county by county, region by region plan. They believe they can do it, especially with the additional tools that have been provided for them in this bill. So we're basically addressing a problem, potholes, within 7 days of report, which is pretty aggressive, and I think will serve our citizens well.
Okay, and that tool is designed to report on potholes only, or anything else that put our roads in danger?
The only thing that we're requiring the DOT to fix within 7 days is the potholes, but I believe the free app that they would provide would give you the ability to report any other problems that you see.
What about the weeds that grow beside the road and it blocks viewing and all that?
It's going to be hard to say right now at this point in the bill whether or not the app is going to include weeds and the reporting of those, but I can check with the Secretary of Transportation now he's here and see if any sightline issues would be addressable.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Representative Govan is next. Representative Govan's next question.
They may not turn it on.
King's desk. Yeah. By the way, I am not John King, but thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. My question has to deal with, basically with the whole issue of choice lanes We had an opportunity, did you know we had an opportunity to get a briefing from the Secretary. It's an innovative effort in terms of trying to move traffic along. My question is this, though, in terms of the choice lanes. My understanding from the briefing that we received that these lanes would be financed through fees that were charged for those persons who wanted to utilize those. Is this something similar to what they do in Florida?
So the easiest example probably is the Peach Pass lane in Georgia. If you get in that far left lane at certain points in Georgia, for 25 cents, you can get over there and ride from one point to another. And there's just less traffic because less people are willing to pay that quarter to get in the lane. That's what you would see. A new lane on congested areas where you could get into that new lane and drive and pay the posted fee for that particular time. So if you get over there at 2 in the morning, you're probably not going to pay much. If you're there at rush hour 5 in the afternoon, it probably will be a little bit more.
Okay, then, and I guess this would necessitate some type of technology in order to keep up with this, of persons maybe on Monday through Friday, I'm trying to get to and from work, trying to get there on time. I'm in one of these congested areas and I decide to use this choice lane Saturday and Sunday, you know, a lot less traffic. Am I paying for this twice or?
So I would describe it this way. The market will determine the price that you got to pay at the time of day that you want to go. So I would expect that price to fluctuate every day, every hour based on the amount of traffic that the investors think is there and what they think someone would pay to get in that lane to have a faster route. It could also include a host of other ways to pay. You may pay a monthly fee and you can use it any time, maybe an annual fee, maybe a daily rate. I think the creativity of the private sector to come up with the best way to finance it and charge those fees to meet a demand of drivers in that area, that's what we're trying to create. We're trying to create a way for that private investment to come, not cost our taxpayers anything, but at the same time provide them with a way to get to work a lot faster if they want to.
You mentioned the operative word, not costing our taxpayers anything. I'm always a little leery of how that works. We see some things on the national level that really kind of cause us for such pause on that. The other thing that I heard in terms of the briefing, if you could expound on this a little bit, I understand that there's some consideration of charging or creating a surcharge for ETVs, type vehicles.
Excuse me, Mr. Govan. Mr. Bannister, your time on the amendment is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Brewer is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I just wanted to get up here and talk to the group and just say the amendment addresses what we've been trying to do with DOT for a long time. It increases accountability. It gets rid of road devolution. There's nothing that's being forced down to your counties. There is nothing that is being driven to your counties. It increases efficiency, and the auditing aspect of it is unprecedented and something that our DOT has been asking for, and we are now delivering to them, and our citizens and the members of this body have been asking for. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll take questions now.
I'm going to continue down the list of those that were already on the list. If you wish to ask him a question, Mr. White, you're first up on the question. You wish to ask him a question? I know you want to speak on the amendment. Do you still have a question? Okay. Ms. McDaniel. Your answer, okay. Mr. Hart, do you still have a question? You're first up.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. I have a few questions and concerns. I sort of missed the conversation you were having with Chairman Bannister about what did he say about the cities and the counties either keeping the roads that they own now or giving them to DOT? I missed that part.
Yeah, no problem, Mr. Hart. I appreciate you bringing that back up because we want to make sure everybody understands. in this, there is nothing that is forced or voluntary. All that language that was in there had been taken out. There's nothing in there. There was voluntary language in there to start with that said a municipality or county could voluntarily take back a road. That was removed. Evidently, that was throwing some people off. People were putting it in ChatGPT or any type of AI form, and it was saying that we were forcing roads upon them. So to clear up any communication issues, we removed that from the bill. So that's not in there at all. So there is nothing that is being forced upon your counties or municipalities.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. And here's why I raised that issue. One of the issues that I run in my district is that a constituent will call DOT, say, I have this problem with the road, can you fix the pothole? And DOT will tell them, it's not our road, it's a county road, so call the county. Or it's a city road, so call the city. So now the constituent is caught in this quagmire between the state, the county, and the city to figure out, and they've even been told, go out and figure out, is it a state road, is it a county road? And the constituents say, I don't know how to do that. And then they tell them, well, go look at the stop sign. And on top of the stop sign, you'll see if it's a state road, if it's a county road, it's a city road, when all the constituent wants is the road fix. Yeah. So by the time I get the call, the constituent has been through a lot of hurdles with DOT, with the county, and with the city, and I'm wondering if this overhaul is going to fix that real world issue that our constituents are dealing with.
Yeah, so there's nothing in here that the DOT is going to be taking over all the roads or the counties are going to be taking over all the roads. It'll be status quo when it comes to the roads that are out there. The current voluntary program that's been there since day one is still out there where they can go road by road and try to work with the DOT on doing this. I will say this on my end. Now, I know you're a fantastic rep, so I know that you answer all your constituents' calls and you take care of them and get them the answers they need. But I can tell you back in our district, when they call the DOT and they ask the DOT and the DOT lets them know that it's not a DOT road, they then let them know whose road it is, which municipality or which county that's owning that road, and probably give them a contact of somebody to talk to get that road taken care of. Hey, at the end of the day, these roads got to get taken care of, right? This bill, however, does not force anybody to do any of that.
Right, so, and I'm not saying that happens, sometimes that happens in instances, but here's another issue I have, which I'm hoping this bill is going to address. I have a bridge on Highway 321, Fairfield Road, that has been out since 2015.
Tell them about it.
The road is still out, the bridge is out right now. We're still waiting for the bridge to be repaired. Every month I go to the meeting, guess who takes the heat for that bridge being out? And I don't even know how to fix a bridge. I just know how to cross one. But I'm telling you, the constituents in House District 73 are very upset at DOT for that bridge on Fairfield Road. And I'm wondering if this bill is going to help alleviate, bring some type of resolution to House District 73 since I'm not sure how we can explain since 2015. And I'm not directing that at you.
Right.
I don't want you to feel like you're caught in the crossfire just like I'm caught in the crossfire. But we need some answers in House District 73 about why that bridge has been out since 2015. And I'm hoping this amendment and this bill is going to bring some resolution.
So I'm going to tell you, there's a couple things there that you brought up. So we talked about the NEPA process, taking the NEPA process back. No matter if we're replacing a bridge, building a new bridge, adding on to a bridge, we have to go through a NEPA process that takes years, and it's a bunch of federal red tape that we're assuming back in the state so that way we can get it done. I would lend to tell you that it will help your projects get done quicker. And I'll also tell you that in our budget that Chairman Bannister also put in there, they move significant amount of money to our DOT to allow to build bridges around the state. Bridges are the #1 issue in our state. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They haven't been replaced since the 50s. So we have a lot of ground to make up. Our average bridge life spans around 50 years, and we're about 26 years overdue for some of this stuff. So it's going to take us some time to catch up on this stuff and get ahead of it. But I think that the efficiencies that this bill allows and the funding from the state budget, we're going to be able to get to take care of your roads.
Well, I appreciate that because we need it. I wish they can go out there today and fix it. But we need some help over at House District 73. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Mr. Gilreath, do you still have a question? Mr. Gilreath, you're recognized for the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to the Ad Hoc Committee for all the work they've put into this. And I also want to say thank you for bringing this amendment forward because it is representing a lot of our concerns, the devolution, taking out the commissioners, the auditors, all that's good. What I do still have questions of is that I'm not sure that we're addressing for the citizens of South Carolina who are demanding that they get their roads paved all across every county. I'm not sure that we're still addressing that with even this amendment. As good as it is compared to what we had, and I think we're moving forward with it. So what are we planning on doing from this point forward? Because I still have issues with, and I don't know, did you know that I'm a general contractor licensed
Happen to know that.
and certified with the SCDOT? So I'm familiar with some different areas of DOT that I know contractors are having trouble with. And I think if we can address more of these issues, OMARL is one. That's the Office of Material and Research Lab that really contradicts with all of our general contractors. The bigger you are, it seems like the less problems you have, but when you get 6 months down the road and you've installed pipe, and at one point they do another test on pipe, if that pipe fails, then you're taking a reduction in pay on everything you've laid since then. And you're not finding this out to 6 months later. This absolutely negatively affects our contractors in the state of South Carolina of how they want to bid the next project. Common sense, if they're going to pull money out of you of not fast response times. And that's one of many issues, just like standards and regulations. So my question is what are we doing, or how are we moving forward with this amendment to be able to actually get the problems solved and where we can get roads paved to where people in the state see the roads being paved?
Yeah. So that's a great question, and I do appreciate you asking. In this bill, what we've done is we've provided so many ways to create efficiencies and from getting from concept to construction. So we're no longer dragging our feet to get out to construction. So we're not having that cost escalation. As you know from a general contractor, you never have a supplier come to you and tell you, hey, by the way, stone went down this year, sand went down this year. It's always prices are going up, labor is going up, cost escalation in our industry somewhere been around 40% a year. That's a significant amount. So by by creating the efficiencies and reducing the red tape that we have in this bill, that's going to free up the monies that were going to cost escalation to be able to put onto your roads, to be able to put back into paving. So instead of being eaten up in bureaucratic red tape, it'll be put on the pavement where the rubber actually meets the road.
Okay. Another concern that I have is I'm a big advocate for let's bring our money home locally.
Excuse me a second, Mr. Gilbert. Mr. Brewer, that's your first 2 minutes. You take your second. You're recognized for your second. Go ahead.
So with local money, bringing that money back to county delegations or CTC, let them have a very strict plan in place of how this money can be used. And I just did one in Anderson, did you know, that it is just doing a edge of pavement to edge of pavement. And then we did put a clause in there for safety shoulders and being able to full depth patch or CMRB. But basically not doing new construction because we have so many roads falling apart. Our whole committee feels like that we need to be putting this money to repairing the roads that are already damaged before we continue doing future development and future roads.
And what I'll tell you, there is no money in this bill, right? There is no money in this bill, but I can tell you that the DOT themselves have been focusing on our rural route roads. And you know that as well as I do. South Carolina's led the way in highway deaths per capita in the nation year after year. Under the current secretary and what they've been doing of getting roads and money to the rural route safety programs, they're taking over these roads. And you and I both know this. It's not just repaving these roads, because it's not just the asphalt that's failing. It's everything underneath the asphalt's failing. So they're having to come in and they're having to reclaim it. They're having to put cement stabilization in underneath the road to make a nice rigid base, so then they can come back and repave it. To take a 10-year lifespan for asphalt and move it to 20 years by creating a better road, by moving some of our interstates from OGFC, which is open grade friction course, which was a porous course that whenever we had anything going on, be it a snowstorm or ice or rain, anything, was getting there and breaking up the roads and creating massive potholes, moving it to SMAs, which is stone mastic asphalt like you know about, creating a 20-year lifespan on these things, similar to what Georgia's done, what other states have done. So they're investing in making sure they're finding better technology and better product to put out there, but they're also spending their money to get them to where they need to do. And it ain't cheap. It's not cheap. It's cheap to repave a road. It's expensive to rebuild a road. And we neglected our roads for so long. From 1986 to 2016, we did nothing to help the funding of our roads. Finally, in 2016, 2017, we allocated more funding by letting the motor user fuel fee get increased. And now we're starting to tackle these problems that we neglected for 30 plus years. And 30 plus years doesn't mean that we preserve anything. 30 plus years doesn't mean that we repave anything. It means we have to rebuild things. And that's where we're moving to. And I'm confident in this administration. I'm confident in what the secretary and his teams are doing as they tackle the worst of first roads, trying to get some of these roads taken care of, as they look at some of these roads that are in the future to take care of them as well so they don't get bad. They're balancing this to make sure the citizens are getting the most bang for their buck via the regulations that they're trying to work through right now, and being able to get some of this money that we have coming through our budget that's not only going to help current projects that have run over. I think there's to the tune of somewhere $300 million worth of cost escalation that's been on roads, back to that 40% price inflation that we've seen in our industry over the past 5 years. That's stuff that they have to tackle, and that's a real problem. You can't go back and just retax people over roads you have to build. You have to be able to pay for those roads and get them done. And I think that this current group is working really hard to address those. And you brought up, where we're repaving the roads, we're adding on shoulders. I think they usually add like a 3-foot or 7-foot shoulder, depending on that, and usually rumble strips and stuff like that, so that way drivers know if they're going off. They've done this because it's decreasing deaths as well, too. So not only is it making a better road, South Carolina is no longer the highest rate for fatalities on rural roads. We're slowly chipping away and becoming a safer road and a better road.
So to go back one more question, if what are we going to be able to do moving forward with this to try to implement more local money? Will we have an opportunity to keep building on this to take care of these different issues?
Yes.
Is this going to be an ongoing?
Yeah, there's nothing we're going to fix up here in one bill forever. There's nothing we're going to fix up here with one funding forever, right? So this is going to be an ongoing discussion. I guarantee it's an ongoing discussion for your constituents. It's an ongoing discussion for my constituents, and we're going to continue to work with this. Leadership's been very good at saying, hey, we've got to keep our eye on the ball, and we've got to continue to move and take care of this. But this is a heck of a starting point, as you alluded to in the very beginning.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Pace, you still have a question? Mr. Gibson, isn't it recognized for the next question? Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. And I'm not sure if it was you or Mr. Bannister before you.
We get confused
alluded to the fact that the verbiage they used was it won't cost the taxpayers anything for this fast track road. Is there anything in the amendment or preceding in the bill that's going to deal with fines and fees that are levied for that? I'm sorry, for fines that are levied for unauthorized use of that expressway?
I I'm sure there's something in there on that. I'll be honest with you. I need to brush up on what the fines and fees would be in there. I do know that if you don't pay to go in there, then you would be subject to law enforcement, being it, or a ticket of some sort, I would assume.
Okay, and how will that be monitored, just by cameras?
Well, it depends on how that is built, right? So, a lot of states, and it's still got to go through a procurement method to figure out which systems would be put in place. And I don't want to give one a head start over the other. They need to be fighting for the best one to put out there. But similar to what I think they have a Peach Pass in Georgia. I think they have like I forget what the name of North Carolina's pass is, but we would probably have something similar to I think it was said like a Palmetto Pass or something like that. An easy pass that would be there that people could preload or get billed at a later time.
But in the bill itself, you're not aware of any verbiage that's used as far as fines?
Yes, there is, and I would have to get a question. I'd have to get some clarification on what the fines would be.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. I'll get those to you.
Ms. Cromer, do you still have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too, all of our constituents across the whole state, this is the #1 issue, so I very much appreciate bringing this up. This was a big amendment on the floor today to a big bill. We haven't really had much time to read it, and I do appreciate the effort to take some of the bad stuff that was in the bill. Directly, how is this going to fix the roads? How is that going to affect? I see stuff about the toll roads and building new roads with the public partnership. Can you explain some of that to me? Since I'm just now receiving this on my desk.
Yeah, so this bill, again, it leads to the building efficiencies within the department. And as we discussed with your desk mate there earlier, we were talking about how the cost inflation has been significant. We're always chasing the project and the dollar, right? We're always having to make up for projects that we have under procurement because the cost inflation has been so significant. Again, right now, somewhere to $300 million. Imagine that $300 million not have to be spent for the current projects that we had. We'll be able to take that $300 million that has been eaten up in bureaucratic red tape and be able to apply it into our current system and be able to repave roads, rehabilitate roads, rebuild roads.
So
this bill will lend to those.
Addresses some of the bureaucracy and the red tape
Correct.
that some of our contractors are going through. Good. And so the toll roads, it said, is it going to be fully funded privately, or will there be an opportunity that will require some public funding for that?
So there's public-private partnerships. There's several different ways those can be procured, right? They can be procured that is fully private, fully public with just private involvement through equity of work. But the good thing is what we've put in our bill is we put that they have to come before us. They have to come before JBRC. They have to come before SPA, I believe. They have to come before our regulations body here in the House before any procurement is put out there to figure out how the money is being raised, spent, and used.
What's the appetite in our state for toll roads amongst taxpayers?
I think it would be, I tell you this, when I go to Atlanta, when I use the SR 400 in Atlanta, I jump on their roads all the time. When I'm riding on I-77 out of Rock Hill heading into Charlotte, I jump on that toll road all the time. I have a huge appetite to do this. Now, again, this isn't a toll road. This is a choice lane. You have the ability to stay in the current lane, currently move, or you can move into a new lane that's built through the P3 and use your Easy Pass, Palmetto Pass, or something like that. So this isn't something where we're saying you have to pay a toll to be on this road. We're saying if you would like the option similar to what they're doing in Charlotte, similar to what they're doing to Atlanta, to move mass amounts of congestion through congested areas, you have that ability to use that, which in turn will free up the current lanes because people are getting out of those lanes. So it's going to help significantly. Now, is it to be used in Bamberg, South Carolina? Sorry, Representative Bamberg, is it meant to be used there? No, there's not enough congestion there for that to make sense. But it is one of many procurement methods that can help in highly congested areas.
And so are those toll roads going to be, or the lane, is that going to be used on the roads that we have currently, or are we going to be building new roads?
So
or new lanes?
It would be for new lanes, not current lanes. So what you see right now, what's out there right now, what's being built out there right now would stay. That would never be tolled. That would never be added for a choice toll lane. What could be added would be a choice for you to be able to jump into that road for us, a price set by our legislature.
Mr. Brewer, I hate to inform you, the second 10 minutes on the amendment is up. Mr. White's recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to congratulate the citizens of South Carolina who got in touch with us and created enough stir to get an amendment made to these original bills. Some of you know, right now, for the last 3 years, this has been my number one issue. My constituents want our roads fixed. We could do something to fix those roads. This bill, this amendment, does a lot of good things about the bill, and I tend to support the amendment. My question is, can anybody in here tell me anything that this bill does to improve our roads? The current roads, not the future roads, the current roads. I want this legislative body to do something sometime to improve our current roads. I have read every word of every bill. That includes 5071, the House bill, the original 831 Senate bill, the amended 831 Senate bill, the April 13th amended version of the 831 Senate bill, and I scanned over this amendment, which is a new version of the 831 Senate bill that I saw for the first time this morning. There are 3 sections in here that I think we all need to understand before we vote to approve this bill. Somebody asked a question about public-private partnerships. That section in this bill is a long section. And if you go through it a word at a time and try to figure out what it really means, you'll find that you don't know what it means when you finish reading that PPP section. It's all vague. It's all left up to the imagination what that means. If you go through the section of this bill that has to do with bonds for turnpikes and for toll roads, you'll come away not knowing exactly what it means. I think before we vote on a bill, we should know exactly what it means. I challenge anybody in here, I better not. I was going to say, if you know what the PPP section in this means, I'll answer a question in a minute. The third section is design phase building. I think all 3 of those are good new concepts. But I think this body needs to understand what they say, what they're going to cost the taxpayers, who's accountable, before we approve a bill that I thought started out to be something to improve our current roads, not a bill that creates a new ability to sell bonds, to create new roads, and then put tolls on those new roads. And basically, in a capsule, that's what I think this bill does. I think it creates a new bonding ability for us to go in debt and build some roads, turnpikes, and then charge fees to ride on those roads. I don't think that's what our citizens are asking us to do. I think they're asking us to fix the roads that we now drive on. I guess everybody in here knows it. DOT has it in their annual report 2 years ago. We are #1 in the nation in deaths and serious injuries on rural roads per mile. I think we need to address that. I think before we consider selling bonds that the taxpayers have to pay the interest on and creating new roads that the taxpayers are going to have to pay a toll to ride on, that we should get serious about doing something to fix the problems within our current DOT so that our current roads can get fixed. I know there's a piece in here that talks about, I think it's an interesting concept, pothole mitigation fund, $15 million. Do you know how many potholes that would fill? I mean, not very many. I'm just telling you. And it says in there, let me tell you what it says. It says they have to be filled the right way. They have to be fixed the right way. The way the current DOT manual says they're supposed to fix them now. When I met with the DOT secretary on December the 23rd, 2023, and asked her if she knew the crews were not fixing potholes the way the manual says, she said, "Representative, we have so many potholes, we don't have time to fix them right. All we can do is emergency repairs." That was the secretary, so that's at the top. And I just imagine if it comes from here, it trickles down. Now, that's not the current secretary, that's the former secretary. I think we need to take this thing as a serious, it's the #1 issue with your constituents all across the state. When you knock on doors, they don't say, we want judicial reform. They don't say, we want tuition mitigation for higher education. What they say is, we want you to fix our roads. And I was hoping that this bill would have something in it that did something to fix roads. There is one piece I think's good. We're taking away that commission, and I want to thank the constituents across the state that got in touch with y'all and said we need to do away with that commission. I want to thank them for saying, and the original bill said that the secretary be appointed by the governor, but it didn't do away with the commission. One of the bills, I think it's ours, I think it's 5071, put in there a brand new level of bureaucracy with 12 members on it that then would be able to put pressure on the secretary. We need a secretary who knows how to manage a $3 billion a year budget and knows how to crack the whip and make DOT do what their manual says and start getting our roads fixed. Now, is that going to take more money? I think it will. But I don't think there's any reason to raise taxes to get it if the Senate can send us $145 million worth of earmarks in the budget. And if 3 years ago we can find $1.3 billion to incentivize a company economic development, and if 5, 6, 8 years ago we can find $1.1 billion to do a new interchange in the road for the Carolina Panthers practice field. And if last year, between the time we voted on our budget and it went to conference committee, somebody can find $1 billion and come in here and tell us they spent $500 million of it and to put the other in a fund. We must have some money. It must be there. I think we need to figure out how to use that, organize DOT in a way that they can start getting our roads fixed, and have a DOT secretary that has the power and the authority to crack the whip and start getting our roads fixed. I want this body to come up with a solution to having not the bottom 10 roads in the country, but the top 10. Now, y'all know that I've got 3 bills out there. And what I did was I looked at other states that have good roads. And I said, what do they do different from the way we do it in South Carolina? What are the best practices? And all my bills center around that.
Excuse me, Mr. White. Your first 10 minutes is up. You wish to have your second?
Sure.
You have some questions whenever you're ready, Mr. You're recognized for your second 10.
So, when I first ran for office 4 years ago, I had no idea what the people of South Carolina wanted us to do. But when I found out, I spent 3 years. I've been to every DOT person in my district, all the way to the top. I know all the people in DOT. I've taken pictures of roads in my county. I've done everything I know how to do. And the truth is, I put out a thing today that showed the organization chart, and I noticed that Representative Bannister put out another one. But that organization chart that I put out, well, I didn't do it. But that shows how convoluted the things are. When you go to DOT, it may be CTC's problem. It may be something that they can do locally. But if it's something that they can't do locally or the CTC can't do, they have to go up the ladder. And it all ends with headquarters. And if headquarters doesn't want to spend the money on it, it doesn't matter what those other levels along the way want to do, they don't do it. The states that have good roads don't separate their districts by political congressional districts. Congressional districts change every 10 years, and we have organized our DOT around congressional districts forever. Some of you are in a congressional district. Your county may be two or three different congressional districts. You know what? That convolutes the ability to make decisions. We need to reorganize DOT. The ones that are doing it right have regional DOT offices, and they also have the ability for those regional DOT offices to do what needs to be done in their region.
Excuse me, Mr. White. Mr. Williams, what purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
State your point.
You know, I'm trying to, I thought we were on the amendment here.
I am.
But I noticed that Mr. White is speaking a lot in reference to the bill, the bigger part of the bill. As I was scrolling down, I was looking at the changes as it relates to the amendment itself, but I haven't seen him addressing, the only part of the amendment he was addressing has to do with the commission being, you know, when folks came in and kind of got rid of the commission. So what I would suggest, or what I would like, I enjoy listening to you, Mr. McWhite, but I don't want to be here all day listen to you as much as I love listening to you talk. So I just ask that at some point and at some time, let's focus on the amendment and the different changes that are in the amendment that we need to be addressing to move it forward.
Let me.
Well, that's my job to respond to him.
Okay.
There's Mr. Williams. There's no real rule that he's not germane. There's not a germane. He's talking about the amendment. He does get off a minute or two, but he gets right back on it. So what he's doing is okay. So we'll just remind him he's doing okay, and we'll allow him to keep speaking. Mr. White, you're still up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Williams. All I'm asking for, and by the way, just for your information, what this amendment does is probably eliminate at least 60 of the amendments I have over here. You know, some of y'all know there's 180 amendments on this bill right now. Probably 120 of them are mine. And this, what has happened with this amendment eliminates probably 60, maybe 80, because the things in here that I think are important for DOT have been addressed. The things in here that address that about the PPP and about the bonds for toll roads, and about the phase design construction, this doesn't address those things. Those are as important, I think, to the constituents. What we have addressed is the things that our constituents got in touch with us and said, we don't want roads transferred to the county. I think the body already realized we didn't need the commission anymore. And so I think we've addressed some really major things. I don't think that this body has looked at those other three things that I'm talking about and understand the ramifications of those things. So I will answer any questions.
Mr. Brewer is recognized for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. White. Appreciate you accepting the questions. Going back to a couple of the things that you had mentioned. So you said, what does this bill do for current roads, right? How are we going to fix current roads? You also mentioned that you're not for raising taxes, correct? Okay. So in this bill, would you or would you not agree that we create efficiencies by the way we're going to start doing business in South Carolina that will save tens of millions of dollars that can be applied not from one project but to multiple projects by the efficiencies we're going to be able to create here?
I don't know. How do you know we're going to save tens of millions of dollars by doing this?
Well, unlike you, I didn't look at the other states. I've worked in all these other successful states, and I've been around and I've seen phase design build work. I've seen P3 work. I've seen how creating efficiencies within these states, within these programs, allows for money to be spent elsewhere. I've seen North Carolina be able to add an extra mega project every year because of the phase design build projects they put on. I've seen what happened in Atlanta and Charlotte and Florida when we have these choice lanes and it moved people through. Did you know that that by creating efficiencies through procurement, you're taking the cost estimate? So when they procure a project right now, they're giving you a cost estimate on an estimated date of construction. Do you think that we've ever met the estimated date of construction with the current rate that we've had right now?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. So would you agree that there has been significant cost changes and because we've never been able to do it because of all the bureaucratic red tape we've had to get to, so we've eaten up tens of millions of dollars by not hitting the date with the projected cost?
I do not agree with that, but let me explain. Right now, I know there's one toll road that I use in South Carolina.
Okay.
That's I-185. That was sold to this body in the year 2000 as something that would pay for itself. Yeah. Did you know that?
I did, but I also know that that was a private road that was done solely through the privacy, that was not done with DOT or taxpayer money at all. And I do know that the DOT has built fantastic roads around that now to where it's more efficient for you to take that road. Did you know well, we're going to get back on topic a little bit.
Okay.
Did you know that there are no new roads being created with choice lanes?
I do understand that. And look, don't get me wrong. I'm not opposing choice lanes. I am in no way opposing choice. There's a lot of things in here that I really like. That's one of the things I think is a good idea. I'm not opposed to toll roads, but I think that we need to understand what we're really doing before we approve all that and then get down the road and it be another VC Summer project.
So you, just to clarify, you believe that we should wait and see if these things will work and debate it through for the next 5, 6, 7 years rather than implement already proven strategies that have worked in some of the most congested areas with some of the most efficient DOTs in the country, rather than to use the experience and the wherewithal that all these other companies and DOTs have already been through and all the experience that they have. We shouldn't use that. We need to continue to wait, or we need to use the lessons that they've learned and apply them in South Carolina so our citizens can have the same benefit all these other states have.
I do not believe that. I believe that this body needs to understand and be able to explain to their constituents what a PPP program is, what the bond issue thing is about, who is at risk in that, and what the design phase construction thing means. I don't think the people in this body, you understand it. Some other people that are in the road business may understand it. I'm saying that the body should not vote on something that the majority of the body really doesn't understand until we look at it and we understand it.
The good thing, Mr. White, is I'm here to educate you today and help you understand some of this. So what do you think phase design build is?
I think that means that we hire a design company and they develop a program and they develop a plan and they tell us we think this is the right way to do this project.
All right, Mr. White, I hate to interrupt you. Your second 10 minutes on the amendment has expired. All right, hold on. Members, we're going to get a special introduction. Mr. Whitmire. Mr. Whitmire. Okay, Mr. Whitmire. All right, Mr. Whitmire, the LCI committee. All right, Mr. Whitmire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is indeed truly an honor for me because I get to recognize the gentleman that I served with and sat next to for 22 long years. I can tell you from experience, I don't know anybody that served in this body that had a better knowledge of what he was working with on the LCI community. I remember sitting next to him and he would have bill after bill, some of them being 10 pages long, and he would carefully go through and underline each line, making sure that it was properly before he would present it to the well over here. He's joined by his wonderful wife, Sandra, who's been my friend for all those many years and helped me so much. And I think his son, Wes, was here. He's up in the balcony along with his wife and his young son. So it's just my pleasure to welcome a person that truly deserves our recognition. He also received the Order of the Palmetto from Governor McMaster a while ago. And the governor started reading out, the reason we're here so late, he started reading out all his accolades, and it took him about 15 minutes. So, we are so glad to see you again, Bill. I miss you. You were so good to me over many years, and I just want to thank you, and I hope we will all stand and give him a good house welcome.
All right. Welcome back to the House, Bill Sandiford, his lovely wife, Sandra. Congratulations on the Order of the Palmetto, and for ladies and gentlemen up in the balcony is his son Wes, is with his wife Stephanie and his little grandson Finn. Look at Finn. Welcome to the State House. Mr. Robbins? Mr. Robbins? All right. Mr. Robbins is recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you all for your attention to this most important topic. I just wanted to speak to everyone today for a few minutes because this particular topic has been a part of my life for the last 20 years. When I lost the solicitor's race back in 2004, I got recruited to serve on the Dorchester County Transportation Authority, which was created after we passed a referendum to improve the roads in Dorchester County. I served on that body for 10 years. Then I got a phone call from Senator Bennett in 2016 asking me to serve in a different capacity, and that was on the South Carolina DOT Commission. So for 6 years, I served in that capacity and got to see firsthand the debates up here that took place in 2016, 2017, 2018 concerning the implementation of the gas tax. And for those of you who have not paid any attention to this topic or don't know much about this topic, we went 30 years without doing anything of substance for the road structure of South Carolina. And Mr. White, I wholeheartedly agree with your position that we have got to improve the secondary roads in South Carolina. But as Mr. Brewer has accurately stated already today, the status of our roads back in 2016 was horrendous, and thank goodness the legislature took the initiative, and it was a heck of an initiative because they got beat up on pretty good back in 2017 to do something to repair our roads and bridges and interstates. And while I think we have made tremendous progress in the interstate system in the last 8 years, while I think we've made tremendous progress in fixing out-of-date, obsolete bridges, and we have done a great job with paving in a number of areas, we still have much work to do. And again, going back to a comment that Mr. Brewer made, the problem is not so much that we have to repave, the problem now is we have to reconstruct. And so I want to speak a little bit to the excellent work that the ad hoc committee has done and to the revisions that Ways and Means has made to the bill. Because again, to Mr. White's point, I think that before we can get to improvement, we've got to improve efficiency. And that is what this bill is all about. And I think that it does that. And I believe it will make the DOT leaner and more effective, but it also introduces concepts that they don't have right now that I believe will vastly improve the day-to-day efficiency of their operations. Now, please understand that none of this is cheap. And I think one of the big considerations for this body going forward is that we have got to figure out how we are going to fund roads in the future. We've done a great job over the last 8 years implementing the plan that was voted on
in 2017. But the costs are not going down, they are going up. And the sheer cost of trying to expand I-526 in Charleston County meets or exceeds the annual budget of the DOT. Let me say that again. Trying to expand 526 in Charleston is the same amount of money that we spend annually right now on the entire DOT budget. So it is a monumental expense, and that is the main reason that we started looking at the public-private partnerships, because that is not an expense that we want to put on the backs of taxpayers. If we can get investors to come in and do that kind of project, that's what we need to do. Same thing would apply to Malfunction Junction here in Columbia. If we had that in place when that project was bid, it would have been an ideal way to do that job. So these are ideas that we are putting into place in this bill that are going to make it better. Now let me end my comments with this. We have got to reduce the size of the state system. I don't know, we're not doing it in this bill, but we've got to do it. We have got to reduce the size of the state system. It makes absolutely no sense for a state that is as small as our footprint is to have the 4th largest road network in the country. And that's what we have. The devolution idea is not a forced idea. I think that's already been addressed. But we have got to collectively talk about how we are going to fix the secondary roads in this state. And if there are counties, if there are municipalities that want to take these roads and work on them, they need to do it, and we need to help them. But we cannot continue to have the dilapidated roads in our state that we have. My counties, Dorchester and Colleton, are suffering mightily right now. If any of you have an opportunity to go into the tiny town of Dorchester, Dorchester happens to have the best sand in South Carolina. What is sand used for? Sand's used for construction. And there are trucks running up and down the secondary roads in Dorchester. Representative Hallman knows exactly what I'm talking about. And they are crushing these roads. And they are just crumbling under the weight of these trucks that are running up and down. These trucks are necessary for construction. They are building a lot of the roads. But the roads in my district are crumbling, and we're not able to catch up. So that is something that we got to address, folks, and that is what I wanted to say today. And Mr. Speaker, I see Representative Pope's just itching to ask me a question, so I'll take questions.
Mr. Pope is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Robbins, I thought you'd be a good one to answer this since you were a former solicitor. But for starters, my understanding is we used to have 46 senators, each with one county.
Yes, sir.
And we used to have 46 places. I remember the one in York County where you could go get a truck and get tar. And seemed like a lot of times around election time, dirt roads would get paved based on who your mom and daddy was and where they were living. Is that fair?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And is that where we got, for lack of a better term, using prosecutor terms, the backlog of roads that we can't keep up with? That's why we've got a lot more than a lot of other states much larger than us, right?
Yes, sir. I think that is exactly how a lot of the rural roads, the farm to market roads, got into the state system, was through the senatorial actions of yesterday. Yes, sir.
And I know they're going to fix it when we get through, so that'll be good anyway. But, you know, when I got elected solicitor, I always joke, I was young, we had the worst backlog in the state. And as you know, we went from the worst to work toward being the most efficient. Did you know the way we did it was really a twofold approach? We tackled the backlog, but we also set up a system to let the backlog not happen again. And as I've read this bill, it's my understanding that's what we're saying. I heard what Mr. White said, but we're saying we want to tackle the backlog, but if we just work on the backlog and don't clean up the system and make the system not do it again, we'll continue to just paddle through the same mess. Is that accurate?
I think that's a great analogy, and I definitely agree with your thoughts, and I do think that's what this bill is trying to do. Yes, sir.
And that was my question. So you really, it's kind of a twofold approach.
Yes, sir.
Set it up to not happen again, clean up what we can as we can. But it's no doubt we got a mess that's not going to clean up next week, is it?
There's no doubt about that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
yes, sir.
you.
Thank you.
Ms. Edgerton is recognized for a question. Ms. Edgerton.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
Did you know that this bill is 61 pages, this amendment, I'm sorry, is 61 pages long? What do you think, I'm not going to call you out personally, what do you think the percentage of the body who's read all the words on all 61 pages of this amendment that was dropped just now or earlier?
I'm sorry, Mr. Robbins, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish second 10 minutes or you want to reserve it? All right, Mr. Robbins is recognized for the next 10 minutes.
What do I think the percentage of
What
the
do you
body?
think the percentage of the body is that has actually read the words on these 61 pages?
I have no idea, but I doubt that everybody's read all the words. You know,
Okay.
no idea.
So did you know that I'm at the end of my freshman year, and I was assured that the majority of the body didn't read many of the bills that were coming across their desk. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
So that is actually being proven true. I believe that we're going to be required to vote on an amendment of 61 pages, how many ever words are in it, that we did not read. Do you think that that is an accurate assessment?
Again, I don't know. I was a member of the ad hoc committee that worked on the bill since last summer, so I've kept up with it through all of its revisions, but I can't really speak to who else has done that or not done that.
Okay, thank you for taking my question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Bowers recognized for a question. Mr. Bowers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Robbins, for taking my question. Did you know that I have advocated for years, even before I ran for House, that we need to do a better job of patching the bad places, because they don't get any better unless, if you do a poor job patching, it just gets worse. Did you know that?
I did not know that, but I appreciate you advocating for it.
So in this bill, did you know that the Department of Education, the Department of Transportation, or the Secretary, within a year has to develop an app so that we'll know, we can notify the DOT immediately, practically, that there's a bad place in the road, and they'll have 7 days to repair that place. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of the timing of all of that, but I was aware that there was discussions about an app. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and there's some things that we heard some of that earlier, but some important stuff we might also need to know is that each pothole must be repaired in a permanent repair method unless weather, emergency, or supplier availability or exigent circumstances exist. So that gets back to my original question. This bill will require the DOT to do a better job of patching the holes. So that leads me to my last question. Did you know that this bill requires that $15 million annually be allocated from the Infrastructure Maintenance Fund to permanently fix these bad places so that we're not, it says they're called repetitive potholes. That's what's in the bill.
They are repetitive.
So we'll have $15 million annually, once the governor signs this, to permanently repair these potholes. And I just wondered if you knew about that and could elaborate on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative Bowers. And I think that is a good addition to the bill. You will have various entities that'll go out and patch potholes depending on where they are. But I will go back to a point that I believe Representative Brewer made earlier. The problem with potholes sometimes is not that the top surface of the road has given way. The problem is the subsurface has also given way, and you have to completely reconstruct the road in order to eliminate the problem. You can patch it all you want, but if the subsurface has eroded, then the patch is not going to hold, and that's where excessive money comes into play.
All right, Mr. Newton's recognized for a question. Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Did you know I want to talk to you about the whole, this is a 60-page amendment, and, you know, we all haven't read the amendment. Did you know that the vast majority of the bill currently in front of us is basically the exact same bill that we've been dealing with now for months, not weeks, not days, but months? Would you be surprised to know that?
I'm well aware of that, and I think just like we're talking about making the DOT more efficient, I think the amendment to the bill makes the bill more efficient.
Would you be surprised to know that one reason why the amendment is so long compared to what previously was simply because we are deleting the DOT commission, and that the DOT commission is in multiple places in the code.
Right.
And so when you're going to do that properly, you've got to go into each section of the code
Yes,
and
sir.
add into the bill. I mean, do you know that?
Yes, sir, and I've been dealing for about 3 weeks now with the Senate's DUI reform bill, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, sir.
So would you be surprised that there were or are amendments that were filed to actually do what we're doing in this amendment? Would you be surprised to know that?
Not at all.
Would you be surprised to know that I'm willing to bet you that members who are very upset about the 61-page amendments were the ones authoring the amendments to do exactly what this amendment does?
I think that happens sometimes up here. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Did you know?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Caskey's recognized for a question. Mr. Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Robbins, I appreciate taking the question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Newton's questions reminded me of something because we talked a lot just now about reading these pages and emphasizing the number. But isn't it true that a lot of the changes, as Mr. Newton highlighted, are just word changes? So when we talk about counting up the pages, if you look at the one on the screen, the only changes are the addition of those two words conveniently highlighted in blue. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. I think Mr. Newton, one of the points Mr. Newton was making is that whenever you change a certain provision, particularly with an agency as big as DOT is, there are numerous areas in the code that have to also be changed. So it may just be one change, but it has to be implemented in various sections of the code. Yes, sir.
Were you as surprised as I was to hear the group that is complaining about the number of pages are the same people who just said that they had 180 something amendments for us to deal with later, presumably each of which is at least one page? Were you as surprised as I was to hear that intellectual dishonesty manifest here on the floor of the House?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it the way you just said it, but yes, that is a little surprising. Yes, sir.
All right, and I understand that not everyone here is burdened with a need for consistency in their approach to legislating, but it seems striking to me that we would have to deal with such hypocrisy, and I just wanted to know if you had felt the same.
Well, I'll wait to see what those amendments are, but that's a good point.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Teeple has a question. Mr. Teeple is recognized for a question.
Hey, thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
And as you know, I was on that ad hoc committee with you where we spent the entire summer going around the state and talking to stakeholders. DOT presented, I don't know how many times, and it was brought up earlier, did you know, that about getting someone at the head of DOT that understands this fully. And I would like to submit that we have that in place now. We have great folks at DOT, but they have to operate within the constraints and parameters that we've given them, as you know.
Yes, sir.
And what this bill especially does gives them those tools and that ability to make these changes and improve our state infrastructure without increasing the tax burden on our citizens. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
And so if we weren't doing our job, we would just come in and raise the gas tax, which we are one of the bottom states in gas tax. So taking this approach, this deep dive that we've done, and if you look at the bill that we have in front of us, and I've read it several times through, there were only a couple minor things, would you agree, that we saw as potential additional tools that didn't get included in this final bill that we're talking about here?
Yes, sir. I think, let me just say this real quickly. I spent 6 years working with the men and women at the DOT, both in Columbia and in the local offices, and the men and women of the DOT work extremely hard every day, and you made an accurate observation just now that they have to work within the confines of what they are given. And I do believe that what we are doing is going to allow them to do their jobs better.
Yeah.
But I would like for everyone to know that I got to watch firsthand how hard they work. And you can only work with what you're given, and hopefully this gives them a better opportunity to succeed.
And I agree. We have a great DOT. We just have to give them the appropriate tools to make that happen without increasing that burden. And a lot
I
of the
hate
stuff
to interrupt. Excuse me, Mr. Robbins, your 10 minutes on the amendment has expired. Ms. Landon is recognized to speak on the amendment. Ms. Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to be this far back in the process because I know by now everybody says, just shut up, we don't want to hear anymore. There are several things that I think I can say to clarify some points that might actually help folks be encouraged to pull a bunch more amendments. So let's start with the private-public partnerships. This is a very complicated concept, and like the law, like legal jargon, municipal finance is very, very full of jargon. So bottom line is the choice lanes, I'd like to call them Fast Pass or Express Lane. These lanes will be able to be funded by two different means, and the reason this is so important is because neither one put a burden on our taxpayers. So that needs to be put to rest. If you issue a municipal bond, you have to deal with an underwriter, and the underwriter, which would be a big, huge firm that knows what they're doing, will help the South Carolina our authority that would issue the bonds themselves, or whoever the issuing party would be. They will help them figure out what is the right price and yield and how long the maturity should be, and they will price it accordingly. But I can tell you for a fact, because there was a question on this, there is a huge appetite in our state for tax-free bonds. Why? Because South Carolina doesn't issue a lot of bonds, and neither do most of our towns and municipalities and counties. And for that reason, and we happen to have one of the higher tax rates, as we know, we're working on that. But because of that, we have a dearth of municipal bonds available for investors. So this is investors who will follow their advisors or their own ideas to invest. And by the way, a lot of those investors are big mutual funds anyway, so they know what they're looking for. So the bottom line is this is money coming from private sources that knows what they're doing. And if there's any doubt when these bonds are being issued about the quality, they can pay for insurance. And that way, the insurance company, who also knows how to underwrite these things, will be on the hook if something goes wrong. Now, one other thing is, I think we know that our neighbor, North Carolina, is number 2 in the country in terms of best roads. We might not like to admit that, but it's considered to be true. And they have done exactly this type of project. One of them, back in 2009, was the North Carolina Triangle Expressway, and there were bonds issued at the time, BBB+, but you could also get the insured version if you didn't want to take that risk. You paid a little higher price, got a little lower yield, but investors were willing to do it. It has been wildly successful, and in fact, just very recently, last year, they refinanced some of that debt, but they also issued more to continue building on the success they've had so that you can get out of that horrible I-40 traffic. If you've ever driven into that, it's a nightmare. Same thing with the Monroe Expressway around Charlotte. So this is not new. Mr. Brewer, Representative Brewer told us we're looking at other places who have expertise. We don't have to understand all the pages related to the private-public partnership in order to make this decision today. It's not necessary because all of these are known entities, and any more than I would expect to understand all legal jargon as a finance person, there's nobody that would expect everyone in this room to be an expert on finance. So sometimes we have to rely on each other's expertise in order to get things done in a timely manner for our taxpayers and our citizens. The other thing I wanted to mention is this whole issue of the sudden amendment put up that's so long. There's been several things said, but maybe this part you don't know. Several weeks ago, our fellow colleague, Representative Mark Smith, hosted an event with Representatives Joe Bustos and myself east of the Cooper River, and it was with SCDOT. And in that meeting, we had someone stand up and ask a question, and that question was, why don't you want to just model what you're doing with this bill after other states that are top in the nation? And she mentioned 3 different bills that were already submitted here. I wrote down those numbers of those bills. 2 of those are bills that were referenced by Representative White earlier. I also received a follow-up text that had been taken from social media as to the 7 different issues that Representative White felt, and I'm not calling him out in a bad way, Joe. I'm doing that because these are factual points, that he had put out there for the public to know about what could make this bill better. I then took all that information and I went to Chairman Erickson, because she was working closely with Chairman Crawford about this bill, and said, here are some ideas, and this has been 3 weeks ago, that could make the bill better. Maybe y'all might want to take a look at it. In that time, not only did they have all the information that had been provided that were ideas from members of this body, but they also had lots of input from other of us in the caucus about things that we had been hearing. And that is how they came up with this amendment. So this has been a process, as we said, that's been fully vetted. Most of what's in this amendment are ideas that actually were part of things that other folks had already thought of. And the best way to solve these long, long days where we go back and forth is if you actually work together ahead of time. So I just want to applaud Chairman Bannister and Chairman Erickson and all of their teams who worked really hard to bring this bill to a place where we could agree on all the major issues. And those are the facts. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins has a question.
Representative Lanning, thank you for mentioning the word Fast Pass, because that made me think of Disney World, yes, which I think is one of the most efficient places on the planet. Have you been there before?
Yes, sir.
And they have a pass called a Fast Pass, and it allows you to get to the front of the line on whatever ride that you want to ride, correct?
Yes, our family always buys that ahead of time.
And the times that I've been there, and I'm sure you too, there's a line as long as a half a mile on one side, and then there's the fast pass lane that probably has 5 people in it, maybe. And you get to go right to the front. You pay extra money for it, but you get to go right to the front, right?
Correct.
And you live in the Mount Pleasant area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you think that a fast pass would work very well on 526?
I would be thrilled to pay a little extra. And I'm not the only one. A lot of people
I would think that you and Representative Bustos would love to have that. And would you pay extra money to be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of how this works in terms of road usage, correct? You've got the lanes. Well, let's use my example. When I get called into court in Mount Pleasant at 8:30 or downtown Charleston at 8:30, and I got to come from Somerville, and I got 3 lanes of traffic that are all backed up from Ashley Phosphate Road all the way to Somerville. If we had a fast pass lane on 26, I could pay a fee to get in that fast pass lane, correct?
Yes, and not only would your or my or anybody else who's in here or any other citizens that are willing to pay the extra, not only does that make your trip faster,
Right.
But it takes a lot of congestion off of the regular roads, which helps everybody else, and it also takes a lot of the wear and tear off of the other roads, which helps everybody else.
And if Representative Holman doesn't want to pay that fee, she doesn't have to, and it doesn't cost her a dime, correct?
Correct, although my guess is Representative Holman would do
I
it.
think she would as well, but I just use that as an example. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes, and in that note, that money, that revenue is what is bonded, and that's what the underwriters know how to do. I forgot to mention about the private-public partnerships related to the long-term leases. That is important if that has to do with some of these amendments. The leases are from companies that would come in from possibly even around the world that are experts at doing this work. And sometimes they're willing to put up the capital themselves. They have plenty of money to invest, and they're going to put up the capital themselves. They're going to build the fast pass lanes, and then they're going to receive through a long-term lease rather than through a bond. Most bonds would go 15 to 30 years, whereas these long-term leases could go significantly longer. I believe the bill has now cut it back to 60 years. But that's an important thing to know too, because if that company coming in from wherever wants to put their billions and billions of dollars to work and then receive a revenue stream over the next 50 or 60 years, who are we to stop them if they're happy to do that? That's the other way that that financing would work.
All right, Mr. Pope is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Just quickly, so I've experienced the Fast Pass up in, toll road and Fast Pass, and I choose to use it. I could drive through Monroe instead when we're going over to North Carolina, but they just put them on 485, and it's the same deal. You know, if it's packed, you use it. If not, you can't. So my one question would be, because Mr. Robbins was talking about people, paying to use it. Nobody's forced to use it, number one. Is that correct?
Correct. Absolutely
okay.
not.
And number two, for every person that's in that fast pass lane, that's a little more room for us that chose not to use it, right?
Correct. That's what I was saying. It takes the traffic congestion away from all the roads.
So it's a win-win whether you're choosing to spend the money and be on it, or whether those people that choose to spend that money clear out. It's opening up both ways. Is that correct?
Correct. And I would add something on that.
Ms. Landon,
yes.
excuse me, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to take a second 10 minutes? Okay, Ms. Landon.
I'll add one.
Then you're recognized for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I won't take 10. Really quickly, the question was asked, I'm sorry, was something Mr. Pope just said. Fast pass and taking people off the regular roads so that you don't have, a lot of us were not here 30 years ago or 20 years ago or any other time or even when the gas tax was built, but I would just say this. There is a lot of money out there that wants to be put to work in the public market, in the private market, that is more than happy to support private-public partnerships. The reason that's so important is that we can pay for a lot of what could have been done 15 years ago. We can do it now. We can do it now from now on without raising taxes or fees on our citizens. This is the way to do it, in my opinion. And I wish that this had been considered even for 526 East, which got killed because it was a sales tax referendum that lasted forever and a lot of folks voted it down. So please understand, this is something that could be a long-term solution, not just for this and what we're doing today, but for other long-term projects. And I hope people will start thinking outside the box a little more and not always put all the burden on taxpayers. This is a bill that does not do that, and I'm so glad that it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landon. All right, seeing no further amendments, pending question is adoption of amendment number 2. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Amendment number 2 is adopted. That brings us to our next amendment, amendment number 3. Clerk will read.
Number 3 has been withdrawn, so number 4 is Mr. White. Number 4 is Mr. White.
Mr. White's recognized to explain amendment number 4. Mr. White.
is present. Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. We have 39 members of the Senate present. The quorum is present. Senator from Florence, what purpose do you ask, sir?
For the purposes of an introduction.
You're recognized, sir. Senator from Florence, Senator Rickenbach.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been quite a year for Florence area schools, and this is going to be maybe the culmination for the year to have an auspicious introduction to the young ladies from the Kings Academy volleyball team. You ladies would stand up. I'm going to say just a little bit about what you've accomplished because it's impressive. The Kings Academy in Florence, South Carolina was the SCISA 2A state champions in volleyball. They had an overall record of 25-6, a region record of 8-0, region champions for the 4th straight year. State tournament, they defeated Lee Academy, Andrew Jackson Academy, and then Cross Schools to advance to the state championship where they beat a very tough Lawrence Academy 3-2. Individual honors, we had the 2A Region Player of the Year. The 3 additional players were all region players. 3 North-South All-Star participants, and the SCISA All-State Player. Up there, I believe we have Miss Addie Bescher, Kate Buckley, Ella Creel, Gabby Cox, Ava Grace Keefe, Clara Lowe, Lauren Mills, Lillian Reeves, and Emma Tafflinger. The Kings Academy girls volleyball team has flourished under the leadership and guidance of head coach Kyle Buckley. Kyle, you up there? Kyle, she's up there, right? And assistant coaches Sarah Margaret Bilton and Caitlin Cooksey, and athletic director Greg Johnson. Mr. President, if you please join us in welcoming the Kings Academy State Volleyball Championship team.
Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have you visiting with us today. Congratulations on your recognition.
If the clerk could read the heading of the introduction of the resolution.
I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the title of the resolution.
This is a Senate resolution to congratulate the Kings Academy girls volleyball team, coaches, and school officials on an outstanding season and to honor them for winning the South Carolina Independent School Association Class 2A Girls Volleyball State Championship.
The resolution has been unanimously adopted by the Senate. The senator from Florence.
Thank you all, and here's to another good year next year. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Everybody.
Thank you, members of the Senate. Are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury or such like papers? The reading clerk will please read.
Message from the governor. '25 reappointment of Miss Amanda Falagia Grossbeck to the South Carolina Panel for Dietetics.
Question is, will the Senate accede to the withdrawal of the appointment? All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Governor will be so informed. We have no further communications. Therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. Before we go there, Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Be recognized for a moment of personal interest.
You're recognized for a point of personal interest. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, is recognized for a point of personal interest. Please give him your attention. The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
Y'all, I'm going to say nice things about the president today, which doesn't happen too often from my caucus. But I don't know if you guys heard last week, but the Trump administration has taken significant steps towards moving certain marijuana products and state-regulated medical marijuana projects out of Schedule 1 into Schedule 3. Now, I want to be clear, this is not full legalization. Schedule 3 is still a controlled category, but it is a major, major move in the right direction. And I'll say this plainly, I've never once voted for President Trump. I do not often rise to praise his administration, but I will give credit where credit is due. And this move is long overdue. For way too long, our laws have treated every cannabis product as it belongs in the same conversation as fentanyl and heroin, and we know very, very different products. The federal government is now finally acknowledging what patients, doctors, veterans, seniors, farmers, and small businesses have known for years. These products are not the same and do not belong in Schedule 1. And this matters for South Carolina. Here in the Senate, we've been debating hemp, CBD, THC beverages, gummies, synthetics, age restrictions, testing, labeling, and where these products can be sold. Reasonable people can disagree on the details, but after federal action, one thing should be clear. Our response should not be ruled by fear, confusion, and prohibition. South Carolina needs a serious framework, one that protects children, one that respects law enforcement, one that supports legitimate farmers and local businesses, and one that gives adults access to products that are tested, labeled, and sold responsibly. And I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it again, allow adults to make adult decisions with these products. If a product is intoxicating, then let's regulate it. Let's put age 21. I think that's something that we're unanimous on. Let's put that 21 age restriction in place. And let's be required that it be sold in the appropriate places. Let's require clear labeling. Let's require child-resistant packaging. Keep this stuff away from kids, crack down on the synthetic junk, and go after the bad actors. But do not pretend that CBD products used by seniors dealing with pain, or a veteran dealing with anxiety, or a small business owner trying to follow the law is the same thing as a street drug. They are not. The Trump administration has also said it wants Congress to protect access to appropriate full-spectrum CBD products and restrict those that provide or that pose a serious health risk. That's a reasonable position. And that's the balance that we should be looking to do here in South Carolina as we finish out this session and hopefully come to a conclusion on this hemp bill that we've been working on. But I do have concerns we may be moving in the opposite direction, that we may be moving towards a framework that is so restrictive that we punish responsible people.
Senator from Williamsburg.
Some order.
Please, I've asked for order. I insist that the Senate be in order. Thank you.
I remain concerned that we may be moving in the opposite direction, that we may be moving to a framework that is so restrictive that we're punishing responsible people and taking choices away from adults. We've seen this move before. When a government moves too restrictive, it just pushes the market underground. It's still going to happen. It's just going to be out of sight, and it's not going to be with safety controls in place. That's not pro-business, that's not pro-farmer, and that's not a serious public health strategy. We should not have an unregulated market, but we should also not destroy an entire lawful 1.5 billion hemp economy because some people are uncomfortable with the product or have bad information like this product somehow makes you hallucinate. The right answer is reasonable regulation and age controls, not reaction driven by fear. So as this body continues to work on hemp, I hope we take these federal actions seriously. Washington is beginning to move away from outdated assumptions and is taking a step towards science, appropriate medical use, consumer safety, and regulation, and I believe South Carolina should do the same.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
That 3 minutes be added to his initial 5 minutes so I can engage in a conversation with him.
Is there objection to the additional 3 minutes for the senator from Charleston? Hearing no objection. So ordered. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise?
Senator would yield.
Senator yield for questions. Senator yields for questions.
Senator, you know I subscribe myself entirely to the remarks you just made, but I wanted to go back to the observation or the statement you made in regard to the rescheduling of marijuana from a Schedule I to a Schedule III drug, an order that was issued by the Department of Justice. You're familiar with that decision?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that South Carolina passed a law back in 1980 that established a medical marijuana program in South Carolina?
Yes, sir. And I enjoyed reading that article about, I believe it was in the state paper this weekend, and they used your face as the cover story.
I didn't like that picture. I mean, but anyway, but did you know that that particular statute directs the Department of Health and Environmental Control Director, which DHEC is now as DPH, that upon a rescheduling, that director is automatically obligated, and the DPH director, as we stand here right now, did you know, Senator, is obligated to secure marijuana and to make that marijuana available to patients who have cancer and for glaucoma.
Yes, sir.
So we aware that in South Carolina right now, as we stand, we have just become, I think, the 41st state that has a legally authorized medical marijuana program. And did you know that what I've been talking about for several years up here is that we needed to act in this space before things occurred beyond our control that left us in precisely the position we're in right now? Because we have no mechanism right now in the law in regard to how that marijuana is obtained, whether or not it is safe for consumption. There's no labeling requirement in regard to the ratios of THC to CBD. There is no authorization for a physician to screen somebody to see whether or not they have a particular condition. There is no provision that says that marijuana should be dispensed by pharmacists in a safe way. Did you know that the reason that I've been talking about passing that law is precisely to avoid the situation we're in right now, which is where medical marijuana is legal in South Carolina, and Dr. Simmer, as the DPH director, is in charge. He shall provide that marijuana to those patients. And so I just wanted this body to be aware that, and I don't think many were aware, that 1980 law has an automatic trigger. We are currently a medical marijuana state without regulations. And without this General Assembly, did you know, acting in the way that this Senate has debated. I mean, we have debated it for 9, 10, 12 years. And we have passed a law that provides for a safe way for marijuana to be grown and to be processed and labeled. We have provided a mechanism whereby physicians have to be the gatekeeper, in-person diagnosis of a patient. We have passed a law that says pharmacists will dispense it. Did you realize that what I have predicted would happen has now happened? And what I hope this General Assembly, not the Senate, because this Senate's done it twice, but did you know that I hope that the House now realizes that doing nothing has placed South Carolinians in a position that they're not as safe as they should be? And so I applaud you for bringing this to our attention, and I sincerely hope that the House will recognize that simply putting your head in the sand and not wanting to deal with something leads to a situation that we're confronted with right now. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Yeah, putting your head in the sand and pretending like the problem isn't there doesn't solve it. And Senator from Beaufort, I think a lot of people in the state appreciate your wisdom, and you are constantly somebody who is seeing plays develop long before they happen, and we probably should follow your wisdom on a more consistent basis.
Time. Has a minute remaining. Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber, what purpose do you ask?
Senator, yield for a question.
Senator, yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator, I appreciate your efforts here. Do you know that when I was in the House, I spent a lot of time advocating for Senator Davis's bill, the medical bill there, and I appreciate that you are taking this on as well. You and I know that there are a lot of veterans in the Charleston area that deal with a lot of different illnesses. You know that as well as I do, there's no such thing as a uninjured combat veteran. If you go to combat, you're not coming back uninjured.
That's right.
And those are a list of injuries that they suffer from. And, and who are we in the government to dictate what they can and cannot do to attempt to overcome a lot of these injuries they suffer serving the country and serving Americans?
Yeah, I think this exchange right here is a great bipartisan example, I think, where a lot of the state is on these issues. And if we can, spend all this money to, send people to war and experience some terrible things, who are we to stand in their way of using a naturally grown plant to deal with some chronic pain or illnesses or anxiety that are way better than things that are coming out of labs that are create lifelong addiction. So I appreciate the work that you've done in the House previously on this, and this is one that you and I are united as veterans on.
And I appreciate your remarks about the president. You and I, we do represent Charleston. We don't always agree on things, but it is good that, Columbia is not D.C., and we do come together, especially in the Senate chamber, and get things done. And I just want to continue to applaud Senator Davis for his efforts and welcome you to the fight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And like I said, I'll give credit where credit's due.
Senator's time has expired. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, what purpose do you ask?
To introduce the doctor of the day.
You're recognized for introduction. While he comes to the podium, Senator from Kershaw, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent.
State your request.
Unanimous consent, the original remarks of the senator from Charleston to be recorded in the journal.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent that the original words of the senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, be recorded in the journal? Here, no objection, so ordered. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here today to introduce Dr. Victoria Pollard. She's from Inman. She's an anesthesiologist with Spartanburg Regional Healthcare System, a pediatric anesthesiologist. And she also has a medical student with her today, Lauren Norton, who's graduating med school and planning to attend internal medicine residency at the Lexington Medical Center. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Victoria Pollard and her guest here today. Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for serving as our doctor of the day. We appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. We have no further communications. Therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. I would ask the reading clerk to please read.
Introduction of a concurrent resolution by Senator Rankin. It requests the Department of Transportation name a portion of Cates Bay Highway in Horry County, the Bobby Long Martin Highway, and direct appropriate signs and markers.
Bills, resolutions referred to the Transportation Committee.
The Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on S-355, bill by Senator Bennett and others. It amends the code relating to tastings and retail sales of licensed premises so as to modify the time during which tastings and retail sales can occur. Bill amends further sections so as to modify the amount of liquor that can be sold to a consumer during one business day.
The bill is placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee has reported favorable with amendments on S-849, bill by Senator Elliott and others. It amends the code relating to drive-through or curbside service of alcoholic beverages so as to provide certain exceptions.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee has reported favorable with amendments on S-1001. It's a bill by Senator Hembry and others. It amends the code so as to define alcoholic beverage, alcoholic liquor by the drink, caterer, private event, and commercial kitchen. Adds a further section so as to authorize the Department of Revenue to issue a retail alcoholic beverage caterer license.
The bill will be placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H-3021. This bill enacts the Small Business Regulatory Freedom Act by adding a section to the code so as to provide the Small Business Regulatory Review Committee shall conduct an initial review of regulations pending reauthorization and make recommendations to the General Assembly.
Thank you. This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H-3335. Bill amends the code relating to designation of representation in magistrates' court so as to include housing authorities.
This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H-3387. This bill adds an article to the code entitled The Ejectment of Unlawful Occupants of a Residential Dwelling The bill defines necessary terms to provide an alternative remedy to remove persons unlawfully occupying a residential dwelling.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H 3874, bill amends the code relating to fees of attorneys and physicians and hospital charges approved by the Commission so as to allow the Commission to establish medical fee schedules and related systems.
This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H 4188, bill amends the code relating to disposition of remains of unidentified dead bodies by coroners so as to include unclaimed remains in the purview of the statute.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H 4813. This bill amends the code in various sections, both relating to fees and costs to be collected by magistrates so as to increase the various fees and costs.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H 5097. Bill adds a section to the code so as to provide that certain roadside market operated by farmers are not considered commercial operations for local zoning purposes and are exempt from certain local and state regulatory requirements.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable with amendments on H 5120. Bill amends the code relating to confidentiality of juvenile records so as to clarify when notice about the disposition of a case against a child charged with certain offenses must be provided to a school principal.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 3049. This bill enacts the Uniform Civil Remedies for an Unauthorized Disclosure of Intimate Images Act. It offers definitions to terms, creates a civil action for individuals who suffer harm from a person who intentionally or threatens disclosure of private intimate images without consent.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 3163. This bill amends the code relating to occupational disease compensable under the Workers' Compensation and conditions presumed to have arisen out of and in the course of employment of firefighters so as to include stroke and revised presumption entitlement criteria to include conditions developed while actively on duty instead of actively engaging in firefighting.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 3474, bill amends the code relating to definitions applicable to the Transportation Network Company Act so as to revise the definition of personal vehicle.
This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 3558. This bill amends the code relating to calls of or applications for constitutional amending conventions made to Congress so as to retitle the article and add new sections.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 3731. This bill repeals Section 2 of Act 201 of the Code so as to remove a sunset provision concerning the authority of special purpose districts to own, dispose, acquire, purchase, hold, use, lease, convey, sell, transfer, or otherwise dispose of property.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 4292. This bill enacts the Roadway Protection and Safety Act by adding a section to the code to provide definitions, provides it lawful to participate in, organize, or be a spectator, aider, or abettor of a street takeover, and provide penalties.
Placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee has reported favorable on H 4706. This bill adds a section to the code so as to prohibit certain racing facilities under certain circumstances from being subject to nuisance and taking causes of action from a surrounding landowner.
This will go without, placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee reports favorable on H 4805. This bill amends the code relating to the division of the state into 16 judicial circuits, the number of judges to be elected from each circuit, and the election of at-large judges without regard to county or circuit of residence, so as to convert 3 at-large circuit court seats to residential seats in the 1st, 3rd, and 8th circuits.
This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Judiciary Committee has reported favorable on H 5113. Bill adds a section to the code so as to prohibit local governments from preventing the continuance of lawful nonconforming use of property when a pre-existing manufactured home or mobile home is replaced with a new manufactured home or mobile home and provide exceptions.
This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Finance Committee has reported favorable with amendments on H 4337. This bill amends the code so as to grant subpoena powers to the Legislative Audit Council and amending further sections relating to qualifications of the director.
This bill will be placed on the calendar.
Finance Committee has reported favorable on H 5006. This bill enacts the state of South Carolina small business tax cut of 2026. It amends the code relating to property tax exemptions so as to exempt the first $10,000 of net depreciated value of business personal property owned by small business.
This bill will be placed on the calendar. Senator from Orangeburg, for what purpose do you rise?
I'll rise to make a point of personal expression. Point of personal interest.
Okay, I want to make sure. You're recognized, sir.
We'll read it here in just a second.
Senator from Orangeburg.
Thank you, members. I want to share with you some wonderful news. It came about last week, and some of you have already commented on it to me. But since we were in the budget, I didn't want to distract us last week. But this week, I do want to distract us because it's a really, really big deal. Last week, Governor McMaster announced that Ferrara Candy Company is coming to Orangeburg County. It's a $675 million investment. They will produce Sweet Tarts, Laffy Taffy, Brock's, Jelly Belly, Nerds, and probably any other candies that don't have chocolate in it. It will employ 1,000 people. And so I want to commend the governor, Secretary Lightsey, our local economic development folks, and members of this body who have helped steer this company to Orangeburg County. The state, and thank goodness the Department of Commerce has given $85 million in incentives to create these jobs in a place where we very much need them. Orangeburg County, as many of you know, has a higher poverty rate than most counties. In fact, the poverty rate in Orangeburg County is triple that in Beaufort County. I use Beaufort as an example of a well-off county. Beaufort's household income is about double that of Orangeburg, and we've got 3 times as many children in poverty in Orangeburg as they do in Beaufort. So having high-quality, good-paying jobs for our citizens are very, very important. And I wanted to make y'all aware that this is a big deal for us. Unlikely that we're going to get a car manufacturer, but we think we can make candy. And so I just want to, before I yield for some questions, say one more thing, which is next year, I'm going to introduce a bill that's going to give us an even greater opportunity in Orangeburg to have nearly $1 billion investment to produce almost 5,000 jobs and request no investment from the state. And we're going to put back in close to $100 million into the general fund, and about half of that's going to go to conservation of land, which, as I know, is a priority for our outgoing governor and others, including the senator from Charleston. And of course, y'all know that I'm talking about the possibility of having a casino in Orangeburg County. Now, we didn't get to take it up this year. It came out of House Ways and Means, and then did not go any further than that. But we have a wonderful opportunity to double up on what we got. 1,000 jobs from candy. We could get another 4,000 jobs if we would authorize this. We're asking to put it in one of 3 counties. So if you live in one of the other 40-something counties, you don't have to worry about it going to your counties. It's going to be in one of the counties on the I-95 corridor if it passes. If it passes, it would only happen if the county council passed an ordinance inviting them in and reaching an agreement with them about how they would potentially pay for other costs that might be offset as that comes. I want to just share with you, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to put something on your desk in just a minute. We did a poll to say, what do you think about a casino coming to South Carolina? And here's the results of the poll. Overall support, 69 to 23. Republican support, 70 to 24. Democratic support, 78 to 19. Independent support, 62 to 27. Weekly church attendees, 59 to 33. Self-identified MAGA voters, 70 to 23. I'm going to give you the top line of that poll in just a minute. If anybody wants the full poll, if you ask me, I can get that for you. But I just wanted to number one, celebrate the fact that, you know, we had Senator Jackson, we had the Orangeburg High School for Healthcare Professionals here. We're doing some good things in Orangeburg County. That's a high school with nearly 500 kids and 100% graduation rate, 100% job ready. And our public schools in Orangeburg are improving, and we want to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. Having 1,000 new jobs for a candy company is great. having potentially 4,000 more jobs would be even greater. And so we look forward to next year potentially talking to you about that issue. And with that, I would yield.
Senator from Dorchester, for what purpose do you rise?
I wondered if the senator from Orangeburg, Senator Wonka, would yield for a question or two.
I will.
Senator yields. Senator from Dorchester, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, congratulations on the announcement. I'm glad to see that came about. Did you know, Senator, that pretty soon Orangeburg County will be known for making the finest candy on the planet, in my opinion, candy corn?
We will. That is one of the ones on the list, I think.
So if you could arrange for a visit for some of us once that gets up and going, I would be interested.
We will, and I will. You know how we used to have the donut room over here? We might rename it the candy room once we get up and going, and I can get some samples. Because we're going to be making all sorts of sugar-based candy in Orangeburg County.
Senator from Newberry, for what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator from Orangeburg will yield for a question, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Senator
did you know whenever I was first told about Orangeburg had the possibility of getting project so-and-so, they wouldn't name it, but they did tell us that it was the #1 candy producer in the United States and #2 in the world. And I looked it up on the internet. Well, it's pretty quick. You could tell it was Ferrara coming to Orangeburg. I was a little bit disappointed at first because I wanted a chocolate manufacturer.
You wanted Hershey's, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But since they did that, did you know that about 4 weeks ago, the president of SC State came before our higher education budget subcommittee, and I asked the president then, I said, you're starting some of these new programs. Have you thought about putting a new dental school in Orangeburg? Because I said, we're definitely going to have a whole bunch more cavities down there then.
Well, we hope that we're going to be exporting that candy to all places so that it's a very successful company as it comes to Orangeburg County. And I want to thank all of y'all for your support. I know we kind of hid it for a while, and even in the local press, people would say, I think we might be getting a food processing company in Orangeburg County. I don't know if candy manufactures quite food processing, but I want to thank all of you who were in on the recruitment and outreach to this company. It's taken us nearly a year's worth of discussions with them to bring this to fruition, but they'll be breaking ground soon. And I tell you, when you put 1,000 families, people that work in 1,000 different households in a good paying job, it makes a huge difference in what it will do to our poverty rate, what it'll do to our unemployment rate, and what it will do to the self-esteem of all those families who get these good jobs.
Senator from Orangeburg, your time has expired. Senator from Spartanburg, for what purpose do you rise?
To extend the senator's time by a few minutes so he can engage in a few questions.
By how many minutes?
Let's do 5.
All right. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Senator from Orangeburg, you're recognized.
Senator from Spartanburg.
Senator from Spartanburg, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, see if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Yes.
He'll yield.
Thank you, Senator. I was listening to your remarks there and trying to rush back into the room for a minute. First off, I would say it is a very exciting thing that you could get $1 billion investment without any state targeted tax incentives.
No tax incentives if it would come, and it would produce state general fund, annual general fund revenue of a minimum of $70 million, of which about half of that would go to the Conservation Land Bank, and another 10 or 11 million in local property taxes, not to mention the housing and other things that would come and the money that the people who are getting paychecks are spending in the local economy and paying sales tax on that.
And Senator, I would say, have you been to Bristol, Tennessee, Virginia, there on the border? Have you visited there?
I've been there by the racetrack, and yeah, I've taken my scouts up there hiking in some caves.
Well, Senator, you may be aware they've done a similar style development to what you're talking about in Orangeburg there in Bristol, Tennessee, Virginia on the border. Have you seen that facility?
Yeah, I have not. I've seen pictures of it.
I mean, one of the things I've heard for some folks that are perhaps object to this or have a problem with it, say, well, gosh, this kind of brings in crime and violence and all this bad stuff. If you go to Bristol, Virginia, Bristol, Tennessee, that area is economically revitalized by this, and the crime rate is actually down based on statistics. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, and I'm aware that I've actually talked to our local sheriff and law enforcement people in Orangeburg County, and they are actually excited about the opportunity, because let me tell you this, when people have jobs, they're less likely to be involved in other activities because they've got something to wake up to every morning and go to and get a paycheck at the end of the week and take care of their family. Don't have to be worried about some of these other things.
And Senator, the spin-off effect of what's happened there in Bristol, and they saw it also in Hollywood, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with the Hard Rock hotel casino that was built there. A lot of people that don't necessarily gamble, I don't, will still go to those places because of the resort. You got shows, you got excellent restaurants, a lot of new shopping. I mean, don't you envision in Orangeburg that you would have a huge spin-off effect of entertainment, restaurants, and other jobs beyond just a casino?
There is no doubt. I mean, we don't have a venue in that area where shows, concerts could come. And people would go there not necessarily for the casino part of it, but as you say, for the experience of the food and having a place to go. People stop in Santee now in that area to play golf, to fish, but this would just give one more entertainment option to those people, many of which are travelers traveling through South Carolina. I mean, the reason we're talking about it is because it's on I-95 and would be right there visible to people on the interstate. And so that's one opportunity. You know, you can drive all the way through South Carolina without filling up a tank of gas, stopping to buy anything at a convenience store. So we don't collect any tax money from you. You need to get wear and tear on our roads. But this would be a chance to invite people from other states to stop here, not stay here, but stop here and enjoy South Carolina.
Well, Senator, you pointed out, and I'll wrap it up here, but $70 million in revenue coming in. And you have to have a almost BMW-style project to get that kind of revenue brought in. And the good thing is, wouldn't you say, to go back to the beginning, is no state incentives. So if it fails, they decide to move their corporate headquarters to Charlotte instead of stay here, or any other thing they might want to do, not our problem.
It's not. Look, if somebody's willing to put up between $750 million and $1 billion, and we don't have to offer them any sort of incentives, and you're right, if it falls flat, it's their money, not ours.
Senator, I appreciate your engaging with me.
All right, thank you all. From Sumter, what purpose you ask, sir?
Mr. President, see if the senator yield for a couple
I would yield because it's most likely in your district, and it would be people that vote for you who would be getting these jobs.
Senator
yields for questions.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for that the polling that you shared with us. Very interested in seeing that. Very interested in the Fiera Candy Company coming into Orangeburg. As you know, I'm a part of that delegation. I love what Orangeburg County is doing. They're taking big swings and they're making great contact. And so I just see Orangeburg on the rise. But my question to you, Senator, is in regards to casinos. And so are you aware, have you seen the drawings of the casino?
It's fantastic. It's a beautiful, beautiful architecturally drawn place. It would have hundreds of hotel rooms and restaurants, and it would have multiple restaurants.
Yes, sir.
And other people, besides the ones in the casino, would build their own restaurants and build their own hotels too.
And so, well, thank you for that. And so, sir, have you ever been to Atlantic City or Las Vegas?
I have been to Las Vegas. I kind of passing through on my way to the Grand Canyon.
I'll tell you, in the Air Force took me to both places many times, and I'll tell you, from the problem I think most folks have with the casino is they're afraid of South Carolina becoming Las Vegas or Atlantic City. Does this, in your assessment, the drawings, the plans, is it even possible for this casino to do that?
If we adopt the bill that I plan to introduce, there'll only be one licensed casino in South Carolina, just one.
So it would be unique, exclusive, and right dead in the center of the state, right off the interstate, where most of our commerce flows through, at least in the region. So, Senator, I think you've expressed greatly that this is an extremely important topic to talk about, and I can't wait to continue it with you.
Thank you very much. And
Senator's time has expired.
I would ask unanimous consent to pass out some literature.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Orangeburg to distribute material to the body? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, what purpose do you rise?
Brief introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our friend Michael Burris over the SC Policy Council has brought us some special guests today to watch us debate and craft law here. We have 9 Citadel cadets, and by the look of the uniforms, it looks like primarily juniors and seniors, maybe a sophomore there as well. Welcome to the Senate today. We also have with them their professor, Dr. Mark Owens. And these cadets, you got some good sweet tea right there, don't lose that. These cadets are, I believe the chairman of the Honor Court is up there. And if you guys don't know about the Honor Court, that is a very unique and special institution to the Citadel itself. And if you get caught lying, cheating, or stealing, you have to go in front of your fellow peers, classmates, and basically go through a trial to determine whether you're going to stay in school or not based on the offense. So it's an incredibly high honor to be the chairman of the Honor Court because you were selected by your classmates for that position. But we also have the editor of the Gold Star Journal and the captain of the mock trial team. And these cadets hail from Myrtle Beach, Somerville, Chester, Lexington, and Columbia. And we really appreciate what you guys do down there in Charleston. And thank you so much for coming to the Senate today and observe us as we work on passing laws.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
I just want to thank y'all for being here as well. My son goes to the Citadel, and I'm very proud to watch y'all and what y'all do and what you stand for. And I had the regimental commander here a couple of weeks ago and introduced him in the Senate. And I wanted to thank the senator from Charleston for not making y'all brace like he tried to make the regimental commander brace. So I just wanted to thank y'all for being here. Welcome to the Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for your service. Enjoy your time here today. Reading clerk will continue to read.
The Finance Committee has reported favorable on H 4709. This bill amends the code adds a section to require a public entity entering into a contract for a public works project or for the purchase of materials for a public works project must include in the contract a requirement that any iron or steel produced permanently incorporated in the project be produced in the United States of America.
Bill is placed on the calendar. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you ask?
To present today's Revolutionary War history lesson.
Point of personal interest, I'll translate that too. Without objection, the senator from Charleston.
I hope everyone's interested.
Point of Senate interest. Senator from Charleston. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to address today the Battle of Sullivan's Island, and I have shared with y'all and placed on your desk a document that my friend Doug McIntyre just recently published. I think it's probably the most thorough treatment to at least what was happening on the north end of Sullivan's Island during the Battle of Sullivan's Island. And hot off the press, essentially, January 18th, 2026 is when he first published this. But the Battle of Sullivan's Island ran from June the 18th to June the 28th. And we call June the 28th Carolina Day because in commemoration of this great battle that we won. It's one of the most decisive victories of the Revolutionary War, and it happened just days before the Declaration of Independence was signed. It is focused in my hometown. I live on the Isle of Palms. I was born and raised there. Breach Inlet is an inlet to the ocean between the Isle of Palms and Sullivan's Island to the south, and that's where the battle occurred. It decided the battle occurred 6 days before the Declaration of Independence, impacted its signing, and involved this. It's the sixth largest battle in the history of the Revolutionary War. 12,000 British and American soldiers participated in this. I think very few people understand the magnitude of this battle. It was the first defeat of joint attack by the British Navy and the British Army in the history of Great Britain. It was the first defeat of the British Navy in over 100 years. It defeated both the British Navy in Charleston Harbor that made an attack and also Marines who landed on the Isle of Palms, we called it Long Island back then, in order to try to destroy Fort Sullivan from the rear. In 1775, the Patriots had taken control of Charleston, and therefore Charleston was the center of government in South Carolina. And Charleston at that time was the fourth largest city in the colonies. In June of 1776, the British sailed an armada of 60 ships. These were 60 ships that attacked Sullivan's Island, including 12 ships of war under the command of Sir Peter Parker and British regulars under the command of Major General Henry Clinton. The Continental Congress had appointed America's most experienced military officer, Major General Charles Lee, to command the Southern Department and defend Charleston against the Armada. At the end of Sullivan's Island, at the south end of Sullivan's Island on Charleston Harbor, Colonel William Moultrie commanded a hastily built fort, incomplete. The fort was incomplete. It was made from palmetto logs and sand, and it was named Fort Sullivan. And this is where we get the palmetto tree on our state flag. And it's also where we get the gorget that is, a lot of people call it a half moon, and it's not a half moon, it's a gorget on our flag. And what a gorget is what a soldier would wear in that era over their neck to protect their neck from being slashed or decapitated with a sword. So remember that, gorget. The efficiency of the palmetto log and sand that at the south end of Sullivan's Island was engraved out. It was the first time it had ever happened, but it's all that they had to work with was the soft palmetto tree trunk and sand, and it proved to be a very effective defensive measure. Meanwhile, Colonel William Danger Thompson, where's the senator from Calhoun? He needs to be here. You're listening? Okay. Colonel William Danger Thompson was from Calhoun County. And he and his backcountry militia were commissioned to defend Fort Sullivan's rear in anticipation of amphibious landings from Long Island, the Isle of Palms, at the north end of Sullivan's Island. If either General Moultrie or Colonel Thompson had failed in their defense, if they had failed to repel the British assault on Sullivan's Island at this nascent stage of the Revolution, the Battle of Sullivan's Island would have been lost, and we likely would be speaking British today. Now, we do speak British in a way, but not in Charleston. We speak Geechee, but we would probably be British subjects today. I'll put it that way. On June 28th, 1776, General Moultrie and his men, with limited ammunition, defended their partially built palmetto log and sand fort from a day-long bombardment by 9 British warships. Several British ships foundered on the bar upon which Fort Sumter was subsequently constructed in the late 19th century. More than 200 British sailors were killed or wounded. One British ship, the HMS Actaeon, was lost. It was the first defeat of the British Navy in over 100 years. It is why we have the palmetto tree and the gorget on our state flag. Meanwhile, 54 British vessels, including 3 ships of war, supported 10 days of amphibious maneuvers, landings, and skirmishes on and around Long Island, the Isle of Palms, and its estuaries. It led to a decisive victory, British defeat on June the 28th. Colonel Thompson's regiment of 780 men wearing caps emblazoned with the words "Liberty or Death" repelled Clinton's army of 3,000 British regulars. The British battle plan was to wade across Breach Inlet from Long Island onto the north end of Sullivan's Island. They miscalculated the depth of the inlet and instead had to cross the inlet aboard flatboats. This gave the Patriots a clear field of fire and strategic advantage. The British could not fire their muskets during the crossing and were sitting ducks. Thompson's regiment capitalized upon this weakness, armed with Kentucky long rifles that were accurate to 300 yards versus British muskets accurate to just 80 yards. The Patriots delivered withering fire during the crossing and the landing. The Patriots were also supported by one 18-pound cannon and two 6-pound cannons strategically located beyond the range of British cannon fire, but close enough to lay waste to the British flatboats as they crossed Breach Inlet. If Thompson's brigade had failed to defend the north end of Sullivan's Island, or Moultrie's regiment failed to defeat the British Navy in Charleston Harbor at Fort Sumter, Charleston would have certainly fallen into British hands. The nascent revolution in the entire colonies may very well have been lost. We had another ally in this event, in this battle, and it was Mother Nature. It is not just the bravery of our men and the tactical maneuvers their leaders employed that carried the day. Mother Nature was also on our side. Following are quotes about my island home, the Isle of Palms, where the British landed and tried to come across the inlet to defeat the Patriots on the north end of Sullivan's Island. These are some of the quotes from the British troops who wore woolen uniforms in the middle of the summer, okay, in the Low Country.
Senator, your 5 minutes has expired. Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin. What purpose do you raise?
Mr. Consent request.
State your request.
To extend the senator's remarks by 30 minutes.
30. Is there objection?
I object.
We'll do an additional 5 minutes. Is there objection? Unanimous consent for an additional 5 minutes. Here, no objection, so ordered.
I'm almost done. Following are quotes from British troops who wore these woolen uniforms for 10 days fighting in late June on the Isle of Palms and Sullivan's Island. Not a breath of air stirring, thick cobwebs, every 100 yards a swamp with putrid standing water full of alligators. No place entirely free from rattlesnakes. Living like beasts of the field, lying 5 nights in the midst of putrid marsh up to the ankles with filth and water. Millions of mosquitoes, a greater plague than there can be in hell itself. And so we had a great ally in Mother Nature with regards to this battle. So the conclusion is this: the Battle of Sullivan's Island is one of the many examples of how God in his providence has blessed this state and this nation more than any other in history. I pray that daily we earn that blessing, that we prove ourselves insightful, prudent, and worthy stewards of this great state of South Carolina and these great United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent point of the day on the founding of our state. Thank you, Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson. Thank you. We continue to read in the box. I'm sorry, Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell. What purpose do you raise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
The words of the Senator from Charleston be included in the journal.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the words of the Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, be placed in the journal? Here, no objection. So ordered. They will be placed in the journal. Thank you. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Finance Committee has reported favorable on H 4589, the Supplemental Code relating to counties in which the educational capital improvement sales and use tax may be imposed so as to provide additional authorization.
The bill is placed on the calendar.
The Judiciary Committee has reported favorable on the following statewide appointments. Member of the Human Affairs Commission, 6th Congressional District, reappointment of Ms. Sharon L. Sellers of Santee.
Received as information.
Statewide appointment, member of the State Commission for Community Advancement and Engagement, representing 4th Congressional District, Ms. Jill Littlejohn Bostic of Greenville.
Received as information.
Statewide appointment, member of the Commission for Community Advancement and Engagement at Large, reappointment of Mrs. Amy E. Fuss of Tegakay.
Received as information.
Statewide appointment, member of the State Commission for Community Advancement and Engagement at Large, reappointment of Ms. Kala Maple of Somerville.
Received as information.
Statewide appointment, reappointment, and subsequent reappointment of a member of the State Human Affairs Commission from the 1st Congressional District, Ms. Mary M. Amaniti of Hilton Head.
Received as information. Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. For purposes of a brief introduction.
You're recognized for the purposes of introduction. Senator from York, Senator Clymer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, we are joined today in the gallery by an extraordinary group of young people from York County who are participating in student leadership discovery, led by their estimable leader, Michelle Talley. Michelle, would you please stand so we can see you? Y'all, this group does extraordinary amounts of community service. They are invested in, a number of projects around York County. They've even gone to Peru to extend their service, and they are fostering young people to have a significant impact on our culture and society through a biblical worldview and a deep understanding of the institutions that undergird American and South Carolina society. I'll tell you, I've met with these students before. They ask brutally rigorous questions, which is a great credit to you all. And I'm delighted to have you here today. Thank you for joining us in the South Carolina Senate. And Senators, would you please join me in welcoming this distinguished group to our chamber?
Please stand and be recognized. We're honored to have y'all. Enjoyed visiting with you earlier. Welcome to the Senate. Thank you, Senator from York, Senator Clymer. The reading clerk will continue to read.
Judiciary Committee has reported favorable on the following statewide appointments. Member of the State Human Affairs Commission, 5th Congressional District, initial appointment of Rosanna Ann Daniels of Rock Hill.
Received as information.
Member of the State Human Affairs Commission, 3rd Congressional District, Martha H. Mercershaw, Ph.D. of Walhalla. Dr. Mercershaw.
Received as information.
Statewide appointment, member of the State Human Affairs Commission, 7th Congressional District, initial appointment, Mrs. Christine A. Ruth of Myrtle Beach.
Received as information.
Member of the State Commission for Community Advancement and Engagement from the 6th Congressional District, initial appointment, Dr. John G. Creel of Cottageville.
Received as information.
Member of the State Ethics Commission, representing the House minority, Mrs. Christian Cross of Columbia.
Received as information.
Further introduction of a bill by Senator Lieber. It adds a chapter to the code so as to prohibit the genetic modification of human embryos to alter the biological sex of a human embryo, to create penalties, and for other purposes.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber, what purpose do you rise?
Very brief introductory remarks.
You're recognized, sir. Senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all know, I've worked on a few AI bills this session to try to bring awareness to this emerging tech. Pardon me, I have a little bit of a cold I'm dealing with, but we're trying to make folks aware in the General Assembly that AI and emerging tech is coming regardless. And I want to personally thank Senator Davis and Senator Comer for allowing and helping out with me getting a couple of the bills that I've introduced through their committees and to get a fair hearing, to get them to the floor. You know, I believe by the time we come back in January that we're going to be talking about AI and not much of anything else. I think it's doubling in its abilities. It's what I like to say is it's scary good. There's a lot of good things that have come from it, but there's a lot of scary things, like, for instance, the subject matter of this bill. I have learned in some South Asian countries that they're able to use AI and other emerging tech and have the ability to change the sex of an embryo. And it's being used. It's not ethical. It's also probably not lawful in a lot of these countries, but in some jurisdictions it is actually permissible. And they're beginning to sort of experiment with this. And yeah, for granted, I may have picked the most alarming AI topic of the day to, again, further bring attention to the fact that we're going to be dealing with these things, folks. We're going to be dealing with some very, very crazy, scary things in the near future as a legislative body. And we discussed today in full committee that we can't necessarily count on D.C. to get their act together. They're so divided there, we don't know if they're going to actually be able to produce anything good. And we may have to lead as a state and setting down the blueprint of what good AI legislation looks like, and because they don't want us to do it, including current administration, so that they possibly take what we put down and use it as a blueprint for something they can actually do in D.C. Because this stuff is going to be coming, emerging tech. It's hard to describe. It's hard to understand. I'm just a young guy from blue-collar guy from Johns Island. I don't necessarily understand it, but I've done enough research to know that things like this, changing the sex of an embryo using technology, is alarming. And what's next?
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. See whether or not Senator Charleston will yield for a question or two.
I will.
Senator yields for questions.
Thank you, Senator, for mentioning AI and some of the concerns. I think you're right. There are incredibly good things that are happening with it, but some things are alarming. Senator, did you know that one of my concerns as it relates to AI is my understanding that AI is now being used by a lot of the insurance companies, and that it's AI that's processing all of the claims. And so essentially, Senator, did you know in some life or death situations involving people in the need for care, the AI computer is denying their insurance claims. And Senator, did you know that one of my concerns is that in those instances where the insurance claims are being denied, that at least a human, because it deals with a human, but at least a human should lay eyes on it and make sure that we're not in a situation where AI says one thing, but the actual human eye says something else.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that, Senator. And that's, ironically, I have a bill that came out of banking and insurance today that addresses that very topic.
I'm delighted to hear that. I've got a bill that's floating around somewhere, but it hadn't made it there yet. So.
Well, we are at the end of session, and there's going to be a mad rush. But I'd like to at least have it looked at and debated and on the floor. And we need to take these matters up. Thank you for your interest.
Senator, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate those remarks. The bill has been referred to the Medical Affairs Committee. Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
For purposes of an introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I think it's appropriate that we were hearing from the senator from Charleston about AI and technology. We have a group with us today that will be our future leaders in AI and other areas of technology in our state. Today, in collaboration with STEM leaders, Boeing, BMW, Michelin North America, Nucor, South Carolina Manufacturers and Commerce, and South Carolina Future Makers, we are hosting the 2026 South Carolina STEM Signing Day. So this is like I say, our future engineers, mathematicians, scientists, high school seniors from across the state, identified through the South Carolina Future Makers, were recognized for their commitment to pursuing STEM degrees at 2- and 4-year colleges here in South Carolina. Just as we celebrate student athletes for their achievements, South Carolina STEM Signing Day recognizes students taking the next step toward careers in science, technology, engineering, and math, fields that are critical to our state's future and to our nation's future. This morning's ceremony included a formal signing event where students were joined by parents and school leaders and heard directly from South Carolina's business community about the opportunities available in advanced manufacturing and STEM. This year marks the 10th annual South Carolina STEM Signing Day, and since its inception, more than 800 South Carolina students have been honored through this event. Please join me in recognizing these outstanding students, our future leaders, innovators, and problem solvers. Congratulations on your commitment to a STEM education, and best wishes for what's ahead. Welcome to the South Carolina Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have you with us today. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Congratulations. Thank you, Senator from Maury, Senator Embry. Reading clerk will continue to read.
House has returned to the Senate with Senate amendments amended H 3556. This bill amends the code relating to the authority of the state executive committee of a political party to hear certain primary protests and contests, so as to require the state executive committee to also hear protests and contests in the case of county officers, less than county officers, and municipal officers. Authorize the state executive committee to adopt a resolution to require the filing of any protest or contest to be accompanied by a bond with surety.
The bill is placed on the calendar. The desk is clear. Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you raise?
Thank you, Mr. President. A unanimous consent request on 2 House bills.
State your request.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had 21 bills and 11 appointments just read across the desk from a marathon productive session yesterday. I have been asked to pull 2 bills. First is H 4804. That is the mirror of Senator Blackman's Bill 723 that we passed by a vote of 44-0 on February the 24th. The House passed its version, H 4804. It was read and assigned to us. It passed 109-0. With consult with the Senate author, who cares nothing about pride of authorship, I want to recall that H 4804 and put it on the calendar.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to discharge H 4804 from the Judiciary Committee and place it on the calendar? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Horry.
Second one, Mr. President, deals with the it's H 4111, Public Water Systems Connections. This is the well drillers bill that I've had a number of folks asking me about. I'm sorry, 5111, if I misspoke. Anyway, and this is again, recently passed, sent to us. We received it the 15th of April, and this bill effectively allows a well to be drilled in someone's property in their home. The counties and the municipal association have worked this out. Again, I want to pull this and move at this point to recall that, to put it on the calendar. 5111.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to discharge H 5111 from the Judiciary Committee and place that on the calendar? Is there objection? Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you ask?
Senator would yield.
For a question. Senator yields for a question.
So are there any restraints on the size of lots, for example, that where you can do this? It's hard, if a really tiny lot is hard to have a well on each one of them, like a really tight tract-home development or something like that.
I'm looking to see, but anecdotally, I understand that the lot cannot be smaller than half an acre, but I don't know that. But to the degree that...
Could we get clarity on that?
Well, I would just ask that we pull it and put it on the calendar. It did not seem to me, based on the conversations I had with the municipal, the county folks, that there was opposition to this. Perhaps there is. Perhaps it needs a closer look. But I do not think that it warrants a subcommittee. And so if we can just put it on the calendar, either get clarity or object to it, give these folks a shot at getting that done if it passes muster and doesn't drill up sludge. Clear water comes from the drilling.
I talked about sludge a little while ago, I think. Yeah.
Putrid sludge was what you were talking about. This is...
Is this putrid sludge or not?
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't. And if they get it, they can't, they'll tap the well. They won't use it.
All right, thank you.
Are there requests for local bills? Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you raise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
To recall S937, which is the resolution for Girls State to use the chambers from O&M and ask for immediate consideration.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to discharge S937 from the O&M committee and give immediate consideration? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so order. Question is adoption of the Senate Resolution 937. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Senator from Lawrence, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, I have a unanimous consent request.
State your request.
To recall from the Medical Affairs Committee, Senate Resolution S1082, recognizing May 2026 as ALS Awareness Month. I would ask consent of the body to recall from the committee and give immediate consideration.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to discharge S1082 from the Medical Affairs Committee and give that immediate consideration? Hearing no objection, so ordered. So the question before us is adoption of the resolution S1082. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. S1082 is adopted by the Senate. The Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. For a brief introduction.
You are recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Up on the right side of the balcony today, we're honored to have students from the Heron Virtual Academy charter schools. It's in Greenville and in my district. They serve students the 8th through 12th grade, and they're the state's first alternative education campus that offers full-time education. So I'd like to welcome them to the Senate today.
We're delighted to have you visiting with us today. Welcome to the State Senate. Enjoy your time. Please join us and welcome them to the Senate. Great to see you. Thank you, Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott. Senator Young, the light back there is blinded me. What purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
I have a unanimous consent. I have two of them.
We'll take them one at a time.
One unanimous consent request is to recall Senate Resolution 1131 from Family and Veteran Services Committee and place it on the calendar. It is a commemorative resolution.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Macon, Senator Young, to discharge S1131 from the Family and Veteran Services Committee and place it on the calendar? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from...
Thank you, Mr. President. The second request is also a unanimous consent request. It is regarding Senate Resolution 1126. It, too, is in the Family and Veteran Services Committee, and it also is a commemorative resolution. Ask that it be discharged and placed on the calendar.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Aiken, Senator Young, to discharge S1126 from the Family and Veteran Services Committee and place that resolution on the calendar? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The bill is discharged and will be placed on the calendar. Are there requests? The desk is clear. Are there requests for local bills? Any requests for local bills? Final call. Hearing no request for local bills. Is this it? Third reading? That takes us to third reading, uncontested calendar, page 7, top of the page, S222, by the Senator from Calhoun and the Senator from Chester. We have amendments on the desk. The reading clerk will publish the first appropriate amendment.
Amendment number 4 by Senator Corbin has been previously proposed. Amends the bill in Section 1 and Section 56-5000, strikes the undesignated paragraph and inserts.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Point of inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do I also have an amendment number 7 up there?
I'm informed that number 7 is on the desk.
Unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 4.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to withdraw amendment number 4? Hearing no objection, so ordered. That amendment is withdrawn. That's the reading clerk to publish the next amendment.
By Senator Cash, amends the bill in Section 1, strikes Section 56-5000 and inserts.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash.
Members, we're dealing with a bill to allow UTVs, utility terrain vehicles, to be driven on public roads. The bill, as it came out of committee, had 2 designations of UTVs. It had farm UTVs, which obviously would be for farming purposes. And then it had what I'll just call recreational UTVs, which are side-by-sides that people just want to ride around in them because of whatever reason, not necessarily an agricultural purpose. And when the bill came out with that designation, one of the things that it did was it said if you had a farm UTV, you could operate that on a highway of 55 miles an hour or less, because farm equipment often is operated in rural areas on highways that are 55 miles an hour. They have the little or big red triangles on the back, and we allow that for obvious reasons. But a recent amendment to this bill by the sponsor of the bill obliterated the distinction between farm UTVs and regular UTVs. You consolidated it into one. I'm sorry if I'm mischaracterizing it, but that's the way it reads to me. There's now just one category, UTVs. And the upshot to that means that recreational UTVs, not for farm use, can be operated on highways not of 35 miles an hour, which is the way the bill came out of committee, but up to 55 miles an hour. And I've expressed some concern over UTVs to start with because, as the brand on the title says, it was manufactured for off-road use. Now, I realize they get modified and people put taillights and turn signals and seat belts and all those on them, but nevertheless, it just changed the manufacturer's purpose of the vehicle, which was for off-road use. And so now we're going to have these side-by-sides riding around on highways up to 55 miles an hour. But the bill only requires that the UTV be able to go 35 miles an hour. And I find it very unsafe to be allowing side-by-sides on highways of speed limits up to 55 when they only have to be able to go 35. Now, everybody in here knows on a highway where the speed limit is 55, as I might have reminded you yesterday, that people are going to drive 65. If you come up on a UTV that's going 35 and you're going 65, you're on top of them or past them before you can blink your eyes. Because if you're on the highway and somebody overtakes you just going 10 miles an hour faster, they're going past you pretty quick. If someone's going 15 or 20 miles per hour, they have to hit the brakes. If someone comes over a hill going 30 miles an hour and you're there in a UTV, well, now we have a very dangerous situation. So all this amendment does is say that if we're going to vote to put these things on the road, and I'm not going to, I'm going to vote against the bill, but if we're going to vote to put UTVs on the road, where the traffic is 55 miles an hour, they should be able to go 55 miles an hour and keep up with traffic. If it's a recreational vehicle and it can't keep up with traffic, it shouldn't be on the highway. I don't know that I can explain it more easily than that. People are going to say, well, you know, bicycles ride down the side of the road and mopeds, and so there's some truth to that, but you know, they can get over to the side of the road a little bit. A side-by-side is going to occupy the lane. They can't get over to the side of the road where you can easily pass by them. And someone's going to say, well, you can build a vehicle in your garage, a dune buggy, and drive that legally on the roads, and that may be true. I'm not saying that's a good idea. It may be true. But I don't know that that's a good idea. If a dune buggy that's going 35 is on a highway going 55. So all I'm saying is time out here. What are we doing? These are manufactured as off-road vehicles. You can modify them. That's not going to change the brand on the title. It's still an off-road vehicle. Some people are going to modify them. I've talked to one or two owners, and they'll be able to go 70 miles an hour. Okay. I'm just saying, if we're going to do it, they should be able to go at least 55 miles an hour. Otherwise, they don't belong on the roads going where the speed limit is 55 miles an hour. We're just creating more public hazards, more impediments to the reason for the roads being there in the first place, which is for vehicular traffic.
Senator
So that's the nature and the purpose of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you ask, sir?
See if Senator yield for a question.
Senator yields for a
Senator
question.
yields for question.
Senator, did you know I think that's a good amendment? And I think that you'll find a lot of support for your amendment. And I would also ask unanimous consent to be added as a sponsor of your amendment.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the Senator from Calhoun, Senator Ott, be added as a co-sponsor? Here, no objection. So ordered. Senator from Chester, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Let's see if Senator will yield for a few questions.
Senator yield for questions.
Senator will yield for
Senator
questions.
yields for questions.
So obviously there are different calibers of these UTVs, correct?
I'm not an expert there, but there are, and that's why in this definition of UTV, it also talks about the size of the engine has to be at least 450 cubic centimeters. Now, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I can't tell you whether that would mean they'll be able to go 55. I'm saying that they should be able to go 55 if we're going to allow them on a 55-mile-an-hour road.
So, thank you, sir. And so, did you know, my only concern is that the most common, in my experience, being from a rural district, side-by-side that I see on farms is a Kubota side-by-side. And a lot of times they're diesel. Did you know that?
Well, I didn't know that, but that's fine.
All right. Well, so according to Kubota's website, the fastest that the Kubota UTVs go is 40 miles per hour. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, Senator, but that gets me back to the point I made to start with, which is the bill came out of committee with two definitions. One was farm UTV, and I've already said I don't have a problem with farm equipment going on 55-mile-an-hour highways. They put a red triangle on the back. If they're used for farming purposes, we allow that for farming purposes. But we obliterated that designation, and now it's just one category, which means someone who's not a farmer can take their 40-mile-an-hour Kubota out on the highway, and I don't think that's good for public safety.
Gotcha.
That's the point.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is I don't want to, your amendment obviously allows the Polaris Rangers, the Can-Am Defenders, all the things that do 60-plus miles per hour, but I don't want to prohibit the farmer for legitimate purposes is going to be using the 40-mile-per-hour diesel Kubota. And so my question to you is, do you believe that that this amendment in any way negates the farmer's ability to still be able to use the roadway?
I can't answer that question, Senator. I believe the senator from Greenville has an amendment coming behind this. I'm open to accommodating farmers who are using these vehicles for farm purposes that don't go 55 miles an hour. I mean, that's the way it started. But I'm against this idea of just allowing anyone who has a vehicle who wants to ride it for pleasure on the highways and it goes 40 miles an hour from being out there. It's just creating a safety hazard, and I don't want to be a part of making a situation worse with other vehicles that may be out there already causing a problem.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and I'll talk to the senator from Greenville. Thank you for your time, sir.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted by the Senate. We have further amendments.
Next amendment is Amendment number 6 by Senator Ott, and the bill adds a new section.
Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you ask, sir?
The amendment.
You're recognized
President.
on your amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, just really quickly, worked with Department of Motor Vehicles, and this is a very quick clarifying amendment. It just adds UTVs to their classifications, and that'll help with the registration. And then it also delays the implementation from upon approval by the governor to 6 months after the approval by the governor, just to make sure that we're able to do, some letting folks know about it, get everything registered that needs to get registered, and get it up to speed.
Senator, the bill is now contested.
By who, Mr. President?
Senator from Edgefield. We now go to page 8 on our calendar, still a third reading. Uncontested statewide calendar, S-270. We have an amendment on third reading. Reading clerk will publish. Stand at ease momentarily. They're in the process of putting the amendment on the screen, but I'm going to recognize Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I'm going to couch this as a unanimous consent request about Amendment 7.
Request. Okay.
The request will be to allow amendments on third reading, which would be Amendment number 7, which when we get that up, I'll be happy to explain.
I'm informed it's on the screens now. Is there objection, unanimous consent to allow amendment number 7 to be before the body on third reading? Is there objection? Hearing no objection. So ordered. Reading clerk, publish the amendment.
Amendment number 7 is by Senators Alexander, Hembry, and Hutto. Amends the bill, Section 1, strike Section 16329, subsections A and B, and inserts.
Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry.
So, Mr. President, to explain the amendment, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this would be, as my colleague just reminded me, sort of a mea culpa. Yesterday, when we took up number 270, and it was Amendment 6, and you might recall, this is the attempted murder statute that you may recall we were kind of shuffling around there trying to get that final amendment, perfected before we got it to you. In our haste, we actually amended the wrong previous amendment, one that was withdrawn, should have been withdrawn. So the amendment number 6 that we adopted was not the language in it was not the right language. So this is simply taking it back to the correct language that I explained yesterday. And to my colleague, Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin's credit, he was questioning me about the amendment, and I thought he was crazy because I was looking at a different one than he was looking at. And then finally we sorted it out after we finished up yesterday. So this is exactly the right language to the amendment that we adopted yesterday on the attempted murder.
The pending question would be the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There are no further, correct, John? There are no further amendments, but I'm going to rule that's a substantive amendment. Roll call, I'm going to require roll call. So that will be for third reading of that bill once that amendment was adopted. Amendment number 7. So the pending question before us is third reading of S-270. Roll call is ordered. Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request for leave for the senator from Charleston for 1 hour.
Is there objection to the Senator Campson, the senator from Charleston, leave for an hour here? No objection. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, what purpose do you ask?
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent for request leave for the senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch.
Without objection, Senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch will have leave for the day. Clerk has rung the bell. Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Leave for the senator from Colleton, Senator Bright Matthews, for the day.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the senator from Colleton, Senator Matthews, have leave for the day? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, ma'am. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. Third reading, S-270.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Not voting, Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Blackman? Aye. Mr. Bright? Not voting, Mr. Campson has leave. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Chaplin? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Mr. Corbin not voting, Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? Aye. Mr. Fernandez has leave. Mr. Gambrell? Aye. Mr. Garrett? Mr. Garrett votes aye. Mr. Goldfinch has leave. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Not voting, Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber votes aye. Mr. Martin? Aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mrs. Matthews has leave. Mr. Ott votes aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs votes aye. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Allen votes aye. Further members. Senator Corbin votes aye. Senator Bright votes aye. Senator Kennedy votes aye. Further members wishing to record your vote. Further members wishing to record your vote. Final call. Polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. By a vote of 42-0, the bill receives third reading of the Senate. We now go to page 9, still on third reading, uncontested. Calendar, the first up, top of the page, S-631. Reading clerk will read. Hit that button.
The bill relating to limitations on places of residence of certain sex offenders, so as to provide that it's lawful for a sex offender to reside within 1,000 feet of a bus stop.
Question is, third reading of S-631. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is given a third reading. Further, on page 9, S-371 by the senator from Richland, Senator Jackson. We have a committee Committee.
Senator from Spartanburg, Mr. President.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you ask?
I move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over S371. All in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill's carried over. Bottom of page 9, S788 by the senator from Lancaster, senator from Chester, senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber. Reading clerk will read.
This is a bill which amends the code so as to provide definitions related to artificial intelligence in therapy or psychotherapy, to provide that a licensed professional shall not be permitted to use artificial intelligence to assist in providing supplemental support in therapy or psychotherapy where the client's therapeutic session is recorded unless the patient is informed that the artificial intelligence will be used and for what purpose, and the patient's consent has to be obtained to use.
Question is, third reading of S788. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. We now turn to page 10, toward the bottom of the page, S1005 by the senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott, and others.
This bill amends the code relating to the establishment of salaries of Supreme Court justices and Court of Appeals, Circuit Court, and Family Court judges so as to provide a revised salary schedule for judges.
Question is, third reading of S1005. All in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading is achieved by the Senate. Page 11, top of the page, S436 by the senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, senator from Berkeley, Senator Fernandez, and the senator from Charleston, Senator Lieber. Reading clerk will please read.
This is a bill which amends the code relating to property tax exemptions so as to add an exemption for a portion of the value of aircraft of an airline company.
Question is, third reading of S436. All in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's agreed to. Continue on page 11, S556 by the senator from Lawrence, Senator Verdon.
Committee amendments, President.
We have a committee amendment on the desk.
The Finance Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, Section 1, strike Section 12, 6, 3830, subsection B and C, and inserts.
Pending question is the adoption of the committee amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Further amendment on the
We have an additional amendment on the desk. Reading clerk will publish this amendment.
Amendments by Senator Massey. Amends the bill, Section 1, strike Section 12, 6, 3830, subsection C, and inserts.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Mr. President, this amendment just says that if a regulated utility receives the credit, that the utility must pass that credit on to the benefit of its ratepayers at the next rate proceeding.
Pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. I'm informed that there are no further amendments. Therefore, before the body is the question of third reading S556. Roll call is required. The reading clerk. Reading clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll. Senator from Lawrence, what purpose?
Mr. President, unanimous consent request.
State your request.
To apply the previous unanimous roll call.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the senator from Lawrence, senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright?
Senator from Spartanburg could be recorded voting no.
Adding that to your unanimous consent with the senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, being recorded as no. Is there objection to that unanimous consent request? Hearing no objection, so ordered. S556 is given a third reading of the Senate. We go further on page 11 to S869 by the senator from York, Senator Clymer, and others. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code relating to permanent license plates and fees for vehicles of the state and its political subdivisions so as to create a permanent license plate for tribal governments located in the state.
Question is, third reading of S869. All in favor to say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted by the Senate. We turn now to page 12 on the calendar. S872 by the senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch, and others. The reading clerk will please read.
Bill amending the code relating to an application for a driver's license or permit so as to require applicants to provide proof of citizenship or legal status in the United States, and provided that the applicant's not a citizen, the driver's license must contain a NC designation indicating the licensee is a non-citizen.
Question is, third reading of S872. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. Further on page 12, S904, third reading. The reading clerk will read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to provide the Department of Motor Vehicles may issue special motor vehicle plates to members of the Quail Forever organization.
Question is, third reading of S904. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is given a third reading. Page 13, top of the page, S933. By the senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, and many others. Reading clerk will please read.
The bill amending the code relating to compensation of members of the General Assembly so as to provide that members of the General Assembly shall receive legislative compensation and in-district legislative service allowance of $47,500.
Question is, third reading. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bottom of the page, page 13, S1119. The senator from Dorchester. Reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to provide the Department of Motor Vehicles shall issue blackout special license plates.
Question is, third reading of S1119. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is given a third reading. The Senate will stand at ease momentarily. Members of the Senate, we're now in second reading, uncontested statewide calendar, page 21. Top of the page, S427 by the senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, senator from York, Senator Clymer, and others. We have an amendment on the desk. Ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
Amendment number 4 by Senator Massey has been previously proposed. Amends the bill, strikes all after enacting words and inserts.
Mr. President.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, we were able to get the House version of this bill out yesterday. It is on the calendar later in the On the uncontested calendar, I ask unanimous consent to carry this one over until the end of the second reading calendar. Hopefully, we can use the House vehicle instead.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to carry S 427 over to the end of the second reading calendar? Hearing no objection, so ordered, it be carried over. Continue on page 21, middle of the page, H 3259. Reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to prohibit insurers or agents from considering the work-related driving record of a first responder in determining the premium rate for the first responder's personal automobile insurance policy.
Question is, second reading of H 3259. Roll call is required. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate on second reading of H 3259, page 21. Senator from Beaufort.
Of the bill.
Explanation's been requested. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Explain the bill.
Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill codifies a 2002 Department of Insurance bulletin that prohibits the consideration of first responders' work-related driving record in calculating his or her personal auto insurance premiums. So if they are driving an ambulance, on call, they're getting in an accident, that is not counted towards their personal driving record with respect to the insurance company's rating process.
Question
Move for
is,
adoption.
second reading of H 3259. Roll call is required. Clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. Second reading H 3259.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Not voting, Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Blackman? Aye. Mr. Bright? Votes aye. Mr. Campson? Mr. Campson has leave. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Chaplin? Aye. Mr. Clymer? Aye. Mr. Corbin? Aye. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? Aye. Mr. Fernandez has leave. Mr. Gambrell votes aye. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch has leave. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? Aye. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber? Aye. Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin not voting. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mrs. Matthews has leave. Mr. Ott? Aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin votes aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh? Aye. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? Aye. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder votes aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Mr. Verdon votes aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? Aye.
Senator Allen votes aye. Senator Campson votes aye. Senator Martin votes aye. Further members wishing to record your vote, cast your vote. Final call. Polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 43-0, the bill is given a second reading of the Senate. We now go to page 22. Turn to page 22. Top of the page, H 3569. Reading clerk will please read. We have an amendment on the desk.
The amendment number 1 by Senator Corbin has been previously proposed. Means the bill in section 1 strikes section 2740-350, subsection A, and inserts.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the amendment.
You recognize, sir, on your amendment.
Yes, sir.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have stood here before and explained a lot of this amendment and then had to tweak it a little bit. This is the bill that would allow a tenant that has been involved in a domestic violence situation to be able to get out of the lease if they're in an apartment or house or whatever. The first of the amendments just sort of clean up. It just says resident tenant is a protected tenant, then the tenant may. That's sort of a scribbler's cleanup. Number 2 says the may terminate the protected tenant's obligations under the rental agreement, and I just added the word future. That was just more or less a cleanup as well. And number 3, it's talking about the penalties and fees that might be imposed for the termination of the protected tenant's obligations under the rental agreement. And how they're removed. And this amendment says, provided, however, that the protected tenant shall be liable for any damage that the protected tenant caused to the premises prior to the termination of the security deposit. That's the reason I had to pull it back and resubmit it, because I didn't have that in there. That I wanted to make sure that if that tenant damaged something, they was responsible for it, but only if that tenant damaged it. So that was the big reason that this was pulled down and resubmitted a few weeks back. And then in section C, it just talks about when the tenant is, yes.
Senate, stand at ease. Senate is back in order. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin.
Members of the body, please forgive me. I forgot to withdraw my original amendment. Unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 1.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to have the senator withdraw amendment number 1? Hearing no objection, so order. Amendment number 1 is withdrawn. So I'm going to.
Point of inquiry, do I have the floor for amendment 2?
I'm going to have him publish. I'm going to have him publish number 2, then.
Amendment number 2 is by Senators Corbin, Johnson, and Devine. Means the bill section 1 strike section 2740-350, subsection A, and inserts.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin is recognized on the appropriate amendment.
Now, if y'all aren't thoroughly confused, we will proceed. How many times have I told all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I hate the last 2 to 3 weeks of session. It gets crazy around here.
anyway, trying to work through everything. So basically, I've already talked about pretty much everything that's in this amendment. And when the last person moves out, then the full balance of the rent of the any co-tenants. Okay, number C is if two people are on the lease, one of them leaves for this reason. This Section C just makes it clear that the other person is responsible for the full value of the rent. Just because somebody leaves, maybe they were each paying half the rent, but if one of them leaves, the other one that stays, he has to pay the other one's half the left, the full agreed. That's Section C. The last thing in Section 1 is it's deleting Section 274350 from the bill. That was the section, and I do not have the bill in front of me, but as you all can see, this amendment is sponsored by Corbin, Johnson, and Devine, because we had all worked on it. But this section that was deleted was the section that basically said that a tenant, a prospective landlord, couldn't use the protected tenants class as a reason to not rent from her, or not rent from him or her. And the reason for that is it puts the landlord on the heels. And I never did like the term protected tenant. I don't know why we have to create a whole new classification of tenants here. But I understand that's the way it was written in this bill. But so that's all. The very last thing is protected tenant. It means a tenant or household member who is a victim of a qualifying incident. So we struck out our household member. But this is the amendment that the three of us got together and sang Kumbaya over.
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. See whether or not Senator from Greenville would yield for a question or two.
Yield for questions.
I reckon.
Senator, yields for questions.
Well, Senator, you excited me when you mentioned the Kumbaya moment, did you know? I like those. Those are better than tender moments, I believe. That's probably debatable with the Senator from Cherokee, but I'm not sure. But Senator, I was trying to really follow what was trying to be accomplished in the amendment, and I think I understand. But my question, Senator, would relate to how do we determine who the protected tenant is? Does that require a judicial determination? Is that based upon an affidavit of the protected tenant? How do we decide who the protected, well Senator, strike that, how does the landlord decide who the protected tenant is?
And I picked up, I was working on another bill at my desk when I was surprised by
Senator,
all
do you know
this.
I appreciate how hard you work.
Yeah, and so anyway, it's my understanding, and I didn't draft the bill, quite frankly, I don't even like the bill. I was just trying to make, in my opinion, a bad bill somewhat better, okay? But if there is a finding of the judicial system that one of the tenants has been the victim of domestic violence, then that person can become a protected tenant.
And that's what I was curious about.
Right.
Whether or not there had to be a judicial finding.
It's my understanding that is correct, and I will be glad to defer.
And I'd love to listen to the exchange. I see the other Kumbaya participant standing, so I'll sit and listen to the discussion.
Okay.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator will yield for a couple questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Friendly, I hope.
Senator yields.
Thank you. Senator, were you aware that in the conversations with the House members on this bill, the protected tenant would be able to provide an order of protection or a incident report from a domestic violence incident to show that they are indeed a victim of domestic violence?
That is absolutely correct. Like I say, I don't have a copy of the bill up here with me, but it's based on my memory, that's the way it read.
And so, Senator, based on that proof, it wouldn't be just on someone's word that they were a victim of domestic violence, but there has to be some independent verification that would allow a landlord to let them out of their lease.
Right, yeah. Okay. Gone before a judge with a room court finding, protection orders, whole 9 yards.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Wanted to see if the senator would yield for questions.
Sure.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, I'm reading this latest version of this bill, and I'm trying to understand what the notice requirement is to the landlord in terms of how much notice the landlord would have of the early termination of the lease. And it's not clear to me from the language in the current draft how much required notice the landlord would have to be had. In fact, the way it reads is that the protected tenant would have 60 days to terminate the lease, and they have to notify the landlord within that 60-day period. So I could foresee a scenario where the landlord might not be notified until the end of the 60 days and not have any notice, unless I'm reading this wrong. Am I reading it? Do you have a different reading on this?
Actually, I don't. And Senator, that's probably another little caveat that I take. And admittedly up here, I don't like this bill at all. I'm not planning on voting for it. I just saw some things in it that were really sort of bothered me, and I was trying to fix what bothered me with this amendment. If there's things that bother you, we can carry it over and you can.
It's a House bill, right?
It is a House bill.
So we could carry it over and work on some amendment to fix it?
Right. We could. I don't know if the body wants to adopt this and work off of this and then do further amendments, or you want to. I'll tell you how I can find out. If there are no other questions, move for adoption of this amendment.
Of the amendment that's before us. All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to and adopted.
Mr. President, I move to carry the. There are. That's all I have, Mr. President.
There are further amendments on the bill. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is Amendment Number 3 by Senator Martin. Amends the bill, adds appropriate numbered section to read.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
Wish to be heard when I get a copy of the amendment
On
that I
your
put up last year.
On
Yes,
your
sir.
amendment. Senator from Spartanburg,
Members of the
Senator
Senate,
Martin.
let me see what I did here. I remember this. This is something that I started to work with Clemson on last year. And I don't know how many people are aware of all of the students who are required to sign leases on these off-campus apartments, signing leases in December, January, February, not to even begin until August. And then they find out, hey, they're not even returning to Clemson. Or they find out that they don't like their roommates, or their roommate moved back to wherever. They've signed a lease. They give the people 180 days notice, and they're still held to that lease. So what this amendment does, it says a landlord shall release a signee from the rental agreement and return any prepaid rent or security rental deposit if the signee notifies the landlord 120 days prior to taking possession of the premises that the signee will not be taking possession of the premises. So basically, if you sign a lease and you give them 120 days notice that you're not going to sign that lease, then you should be out of that lease. They're forcing college students to pay 2 leases just because they held them to this deal. As soon as they sign, they don't let them out. So if there's no questions, I'll move adoption.
Pending Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for some questions.
Senator yield for questions. Senator yield
I
for
will yield.
questions.
Yes, sir.
I just need a little additional clarification.
Okay.
They've signed the lease, so they signed a contract.
Well, what's happening is they sign these things and they try to hurry up and tell you, oh, it'll be fine if you have something to go on. And then when you come back and those students read the fine print and their parents get involved, when their parents got a new job in Sacramento or Nevada or wherever, and they try to get out of it. They give them a 5-6 months notice. Hey, we're not going to be using this. Well, what you really signed was if you can find somebody to take your place. That's what happens to these students. And like I said, I've talked to the people at Clemson about it. They've even researched it. And, you know, I talked to them about my legislation. They're happy with it because they don't want to see students that are forced to have to move, or their roommates changed, or they had a school situation or a major change, or they decided to go to a different university because they needed they wanted to have a certain job.
And I can relate. We were all students at one point. I was a student, and frankly, that's exactly how I learned you better read the fine print.
Right.
Senator, and I'm just wondering now if we pass this amendment, are we not just simply saying no need? We're going to grant you we're saying that you can break essentially an agreement that was made, whether you agree with it or not. And I didn't like the fact that I graduated and still had 3 months left that I had agreed to sign on that contract and that lease, and I had to pay 3 months rent. But
Senator, that's not talking about this. I think what this is going to do is when we pass this, these people who were pressuring these kids into hurry up and sign, and we'll take care of, they verbally tell them, hey, we'll take care of you if you need to go, but go ahead and sign now to secure the spot that you want to live. And they hurry up and do it. I think what it's going to do is they're going to put things in their leases going forward that says, look, before 120 days, you can make changes. But after less than 120 days, you're stuck. The problem is 120 days is long enough to give somebody that you're not going to be coming. That's what I think.
so you're doing it on the front end, not on the back end.
That's right. Now, the back end, if they get there and they decide they've signed the lease, they're living there, and all of a sudden they've got 6 months left and they want to make a change, they owe that 6 months. This doesn't do anything about that. It's notifying. These places are making them sign leases and lock in so early when they don't even have all the information.
But I guess that's where I would take a little bit of issue. They're not making them. No one's making them sign the lease. They're doing that on their own free will. I understand what you're saying. They got to live somewhere.
Right.
I guess I just have a little bit of a concern. A contract's a contract. No one's forced to sign it. I think everyone has a responsibility to know what they're getting themselves into. And everyone has to learn that at some point. And I just am concerned that, it really doesn't make the paper worth what it's written on if we allow for this to take place. And I think, the flip side is I would imagine that there are businessmen and women, there rental associations, there's rental groups that are making decisions on the price of rent based off of knowing that we're going to have a year's lease. And I just wonder if this couldn't have an alternative detrimental effect on driving up the cost of rental for everyone else, because now that rental company is not going to know that when they sign the contract, if they're going to honor the contract or if they're going to get out of it. Just some concerns. I just want to make sure that I don't know if I can support you on the amendment,
Senator,
but just wanted to make sure it was clear.
And Senator, that's why I didn't put it 30 days or 60 days. I put it 120 days because that's plenty of time for somebody to make decisions and make changes. If you don't know before then and you've signed up and you make a change, that's on you. They're verbally and physically pressuring these students to hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And all I'm saying is, after 120 days, this is going to save our constituents a lot of grief. But it's also going to protect the people signing the lease, because if you're in there 90 days, hey, it doesn't matter, you're stuck with it. That's why I did it so far.
Probably speaks to a lack of student housing at some of our universities. I'm all for additional student housing so that students don't have to go out and find an apartment that they have to rent.
I agree.
Nothing wrong with living in dorms from time to time.
I lived on dorms. I lived in Johnstone, Senator from Cherokee. So I've got no problem with that.
I understand.
Anyway, you know what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Question is the adoption of the amendment. Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you have?
I was going to see if the senator will yield for question.
You continue to be recognized.
Thank you.
Senator, yield for questions.
I'll yield.
I was just going to offer up that
Do you know that I'm a landlord, and I think there needs to be some protections on both sides of that fence, but would it be possible that any prepaid rent be refunded, but yet the deposit be kept by the landlord?
Yep. I've got absolutely no problem with that. I got no problem with that. My goal is they're locking them in for so far in advance, and there's so many changes. They may not even know their school schedule yet. It's just so far. So I've got no problem with keeping the security deposit. I mean, that's the cost of doing business.
Right. All right.
So, Mr. President, unanimous consent that,
It's your request.
that we leave the security deposit with the landlord.
Restate that, that unanimous, leave the security deposit with the landlord, is that what you said?
Yeah, that the security deposit stays with the landlord.
Is Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, I was trying to
Senator
think.
would yield for a question on the same point.
Okay, did you want to wait on the unanimous consent or yield?
Does this relate to the unanimous consent request?
Yeah, because it's the same unanimous consent
Okay,
you're
state-
making.
I'm recognizing you on the unanimous
All right,
consent
so we're
request.
talking about something that I agree with the senator about, which is protecting the landlord as well, because let's just take the situation where a student's signing a lease in March. It's going to start in August when the new school year rolls around. A month later, before the 120 days, they decide, well, I want to live somewhere else. You know, I found a better deal. So now the landlord's got to go through finding another tenant. So that, I think, is where that senator's idea comes in, that there ought to be some penalty.
I totally agree with that.
So, but should we, a security deposit, should we specify a 1-month security deposit? You know, in other words, let's not have a $10,000 security deposit for you to have this.
I agree.
Something like
Keep
1 month's rent.
Keep a 1 month security deposit for the
1 month
landlord.
security deposit to kind of specify
Yes.
there's some limit to what you can charge
That's right.
on the security deposit that the guy's going to forfeit if
Okay.
he changes his mind. That's all I'm trying to get at. I don't know how the senator would feel about that, but
Yeah, I don't want to sit up here and keep doing a bunch of stuff by unanimous consent. I think we all know what my motives are, is to protect those students when they have unforeseen circumstances. There are things that come up. They're signing these leases in December, January, and they may not know anything until March, and they change their mind. So
You want to restate
that's where I'm
your
at.
unanimous consent? Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you rise?
See if the senator would yield for a question.
Senator, you have a
I'll
question?
yield.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. You know, I just have more and more things popping into my brain. I mean, how is this different than the credit cards? I mean, I don't know if they still do it, but, you know, they used to set up outside of Death Valley and would try to get everybody to sign up for a credit card, all of the students sign up for a credit card. That probably ends up hurting folks more so. And at the end of the day, there's just got to be a little bit of personal responsibility, and I just don't want us getting into this situation. Somebody's got a $10,000 deposit. I don't know too many students that are going to pay that in the first place. So I don't think that's really something that we have to worry about. But, you know, I don't know, do we really want to get into nitpicking over it can be a 1-month deposit or it's a 2-month deposit? Do we really, or do we just want to say that they forfeit the deposit?
Yeah, I mean,
And that's
I'm
up to the
good. I'm
student.
good with saying forfeit the deposit, because the thing is, most of these times that I've seen, I've had other constituents call me on this same issue. They get in there and sometimes the parents have met and they meet the person at the real estate place and, oh, don't worry about it. Need you to sign up now, but if you have any problems, we'll take care of it. But they never take care of it. You know, and that's what they get. They sign it, but they're verbally told. I've had too many instances of this. I've even went to Clemson and met with them about this. There's been so many instances. So what happens is they try to get out of it when they know, like, wait a minute, I've moved or something happened or I changed schools, and they're telling them 150 days in advance, and they're still being held to pay for an entire year starting in August. All I'm trying to do is say, look, if they give them 120 days notice, I don't really care if they lose a security deposit.
And that's where I'm at.
Yeah,
Before we got too far down the road of trying to tweak it a million different times, maybe just the simplistic route of what you were
Then
talking
what you're saying is, what's going to happen is these rental places, they're going to put the security deposit they need, They might make them put in a $1,500 security deposit. That's up to them, but then you at least have it in writing, and then if you're there past the 120 days, you're on the hook. That's all I'm trying to do is
Probably go
120
shop
days
and
is
find
enough.
out who has a smaller security deposit.
That's right.
At that particular point.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I mean, I think I would yield, entertain
Restate
that.
your unanimous
Well, I think the Senator from, Lancaster made the motion that, we just make my unanimous consent with me holding the floor, that we change it to a security deposit, that they keep the security deposit.
Is there objection to the unanimous
That
consent?
the landlord keeps the security deposit.
Landlord keeps
Yeah.
the security deposit. Senator from Greenville, Senator Elliott. For what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, speak to the unanimous consent. It looks like if we're going to do that, you would just, on the second line, strike or security/rental deposit.
I'm good with that. I think that gets the intent of what I wanted anyway.
Is there any objection to the unanimous consent request? Hearing no objection,
Thank you. Thank y'all. Move adoption.
pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. You got what you need, Ken? Not really? Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, if there's no more amendments on the desk, I move to carry this over. It's a House bill, not a Senate bill.
Pending motion is the motion to carry over the legislation H 3569. All in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We now turn to page 24 in the calendar. Page 24, middle of the page, S227 by the Senator from Beaufort, Senator Davis, and others. The Senator from, we have a committee amendment. Let me publish the committee amendment, and then I come to you. Senator from
Parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry.
I think I have 3 amendments on the desk. Is there a committee amendment, and then my first amendment, then my second amendment? Is that correct?
Let me check. Right now. The desk will check.
That is correct, Mr. President.
I'm informed that you are correct.
Mr. President, amendment number 2 represents further refinements based on discussions with stakeholders for purposes of adopting a working document. A unanimous consent request to withdraw the committee amendment and the First Amendment and go to amendment number 2.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request to withdraw the committee amendment and amendment number 1 and proceed to amendment number 2? Is there objection? Hearing no objection. So, Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Could we get the screen updated, please?
Well, I got to, there's no objection to the unanimous consent. Now we'll get called at the desk. We'll catch up. For reading clerk will publish the amendment.
Amendment number 2 by Senator Davis amends the bill in section 1, strike section 629, 720, subsection C, item 8, and inserts.
Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To be heard on the amendment?
You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Beaufort is recognized.
Members of the Senate, and particularly the Majority Leader, I would say, if I can get his attention for a moment, it's not my intention to debate this long, but I think it's important to at least talk about what we've been working on in subcommittee and committee in regard to what's commonly referred to as concurrency. And some of you may know what the phrase concurrency means. Many of you do not. But here in a nutshell is what it is, conceptually. There are right now basically 2 mechanisms whereby local governments have the ability to control or regulate growth within the areas that are within their jurisdiction, whether it's a city or a county. They can adopt comprehensive plans in terms of how they would like to see the area within their jurisdiction developed. And then they can, pursuant to an adopted comprehensive plan, they can enact various zoning ordinances, and we're all familiar with those, of course, residential, commercial, mixed use, things of that nature, which are basically Euclidean zoning. It basically defines what can happen within a certain zoning district. It describes or defines various densities that are permitted within that district. And so that is the bedrock by which local governments control or regulate growth in their areas of jurisdiction. They also have the ability, pursuant to statute passed by this General Assembly, to enact impact fees. They can, on an objective, coherent, evenly applied basis, require developers who are seeking to develop their properties in accordance with comprehensive plans and zoning ordinances to pay impact fees to help pay for the cost of infrastructure that is associated with that growth. And we're all familiar with impact fees, and local governments have adopted and utilized those to varying degrees. The concept of concurrency says this. It says to a landowner that owns land, we recognize that your land is zoned in a certain way, or conversely, you may have a development agreement which allows you to build a certain number of units at certain densities, and we acknowledge that you're willing to pay the impact fees that we have by ordinance adopted. But concurrency gives the local governments to say, nevertheless, to a developer in that case, we are not going to give you a building permit pursuant to your request, or we're going to phase in that request over time because we want the infrastructure that is necessary to accommodate that growth to be present or available for use concurrently with when your units become occupied and the impact on the community is realized. So that's the basis of the word concurrency. You want to have a developer's right to build vertically and to have it occupied via a CO to happen concurrently with infrastructure being made available to support it. And I would argue that is already happening right now in some counties. For instance, Lexington County has recently been in the news in regard to denying a developer a permit to develop, even though it was properly zoned, even though there was a development agreement with rights allocated, even though that developer was willing to pay impact fees. The county nevertheless said no, because in that case, the county said we do not have school capacity commensurate with handling the growth that your development is going to require. That's an example in reality of what concurrency is. To other degrees, Dorchester and Berkeley counties, I believe, have taken some action affirmatively that is consonant with this concurrency concept. I'm of the opinion that it's questionable about whether or not local governments have the authority to do that. I think they have subjected themselves to inverse condemnations or regulatory takings arguments or ultra vires violation arguments. And so what this legislation attempts to do is to make it clear that under certain circumstances, defined circumstances with defined methodologies, local governments do have the authority to enact concurrency programs. They do have the ability to condition growth on the availability of infrastructure to support it. So that, in general terms, is what concurrency is. Now, it gives rise to, and a couple of other states have been very more advanced than South Carolina in exploring this concurrency concept. Maryland and Florida in particular have adopted concurrency ordinances, and they have been litigated because homeowners or home builders or large property owners have made the argument quite reasonably that if we have a tract of land and we have a development agreement giving us certain development rights that are vested as a matter of law, and we're willing to pay the impact fees associated with it, you cannot say no to our request for a building permit, or else you'll subject yourself to a regulatory takings or an inverse condemnation argument. And I've looked at the case law in those states, both Florida and Maryland, to try to learn the lessons and to figure out how can we provide concurrency authority to local governments without giving rise to these lawsuits, without giving rise to subjecting local governments to these regulatory taking or inverse condemnation challenges. And so this legislation is not only designed to say that local governments have the authority, and again, it's may, they can adopt these concurrency programs. It's not prescriptive. It doesn't say, yes, you have to. It not only makes explicit they have that authority, it sets forth the conditions under which they can implement a concurrency program, and those conditions were derived by me from looking at that case law and trying to come up with a way to prevent local governments from being subjected to these legal challenges. And so let me talk a little bit about how this bill purports to do that. First of all, one of the lessons from these other states is that the more pieces of critical infrastructure that you say have to be available concurrently that you have, the more subject to challenge it's going to be. For instance, in some cases, Maryland or Florida, I can't remember which state, attempted to have the universe of required infrastructure broad to include things like libraries or playgrounds or recreational facilities. And in those cases, there have been rulings that the universe of required infrastructure is too broad, and therefore they granted or recognized that inverse condemnation or regulatory takings cause of action were valid. So this legislation would restrict the areas of infrastructure that a local government could base concurrency requirements on to so-called critical infrastructure. Roads, primarily, water and sewer, police and fire protection, and schools. So that's the universe of infrastructure that we're dealing with here. So the first thing this legislation does, it defines the universe of critical infrastructure that concurrency requirements can be imposed in regard to. The second thing it does is it requires a local government to establish various levels of service for each element of critical infrastructure, and to the extent that the infrastructure is not sufficient to support the development that is proposed, they have to have clear and objective criteria over what that level of service is. They have to be very specific in regard to what the deficiency is, and they have to have a capital plan in place to address that deficiency within a reasonable period of time. And the reason for that is, if you are a local government and you are saying no to a landowner that you cannot get a building permit at this time because we have these deficiencies in infrastructure and these levels of service deficiencies exist, if you don't have a credible plan in place to address that level of service deficiency over time, it is in fact a de facto moratorium. It becomes a moratorium. And so you simply can't have a local government saying, I'm sorry to the landowner, we're not going to give you your permit to build, the infrastructure is deficient. You have to go ahead and have a credible plan in place to address that deficiency. Now, I'll be frank with you, one of the areas of contention in this legislation, and we're going to have to work on this, you know, in the weeks and months and perhaps next year. I guess lightning could strike and we get something, but I'm not hopeful in that regard. But one of the tension points has been from the home building community is that when a municipality or a local government says no to a developer because a level of service is deficient, they want there to be more specificity in regard to what that plan is. They don't want just simply a capital plan adopted and put in place by the local government. They would like something more concrete, such as they've committed millage for that purpose over a period of time, perhaps to amortize a bond that's going to address those infrastructure deficiencies. Or they would like a letter of credit that is posted by the municipal government or the county to address those deficiencies. So there's tension there between the local governments and the development community or home builders in regard to the level of specificity that there has to be in regard to addressing that deficiency.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield for a question
Senator Yields.
Senator Yields for question.
on this so important piece of legislation that I appreciate you introducing. But Senator, based on what I just heard from you about the concerns of the homeowners was basically that if we want to come in to your rural area and build 400 houses on 100 acres, and we know we're dumping way too many cars on the roads around there, then that area can handle. We want you, the builders are telling the council, to have a plan in place to raise taxes among everybody so that we can go ahead and develop with our hedge fund Wall Street money, walk out of this community with hundreds of millions in profit, and leave you all to come up and deal with the aftermath. Is that what I'm hearing from the home builders?
First of all, I'll say that the home builders have engaged in good faith on this to try to address.
Oh, I'm speaking in good faith too. I'm just speaking
Yes,
the
sir.
truth.
I understand. In regard to this particular matter, they want specificity in regard to how the deficiency is going to be addressed and over what period of time. They make the argument that we have this land, we have made an investment in it based on certain expectations in regard to the development
Senator,
agreement.
don't you think that they should take a look at the property? They know they're wanting to put a gazillion houses there. They're not idiots. They see a twisty, turny country road. If they buy the property, get denied, don't you think that's just a poor decision on their end, on the front end, from purchasing that property? There's a lot of other property on major highways they could have went and purchased for their development. But this is turning around. I'm with you. I love the bill.
Yeah,
I'm going to support it. But I just don't like what the home builders and realtors and some of these are doing. Basically, they're trying to kick back, put the taxes to solve all their problems on the constituents of the county so they can still walk off with their hundreds of millions and feed Wall Street hedge fund money. Senator, did you know?
Yes, sir. I do know that. And again, I'd be interested in my friend from Charleston, Senator Sutton, has some good, thoughtful amendments on the desk that articulates some of the concerns that have been expressed by the home builders, and it may be helpful if we could adopt this particular amendment as the working document. Then after answering any questions people may have, I'm happy to relinquish the podium, and then the senator from Charleston can go to his amendments, and we can begin that debate in regard to does the bill need to be amended, or is it sufficient or insufficient. But in any event, I'm happy to continue yielding to questions, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Senator from Chester, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Questions?
Senator Yields for question. Senator Yields for question.
So, Senator, I've got a lot of growth going on in District 17, right? And a lot of it is these planned development, large home tracts, and were you aware of that, first of all?
I'm aware of it, and your neck of the woods is probably the same as mine in that a week or a couple weeks don't go by without me seeing several other acres being bulldozed and infrastructure being put in and houses going vertical and more roads coming on, cars coming on the roads. And just, I don't know what it's like in your jurisdiction, but when I first moved to Beaufort 41 years ago, I could get from City of Beaufort to Hilton Head in 40 minutes on a 2-lane road without speeding. Now it's more or less 2 lanes in each direction, but depending upon the time of day, to get from the City of Beaufort to Sea Pines, it'll take you an hour and 45 minutes, maybe 2 hours. And so it is in my district, frankly, the number one issue. I mean, if I ask my constituents in regard to what matters are of most concern to you, and I list things like tort reform, access to medical care, congestion or smart growth, or promoting smart growth, from a 2-to-1 margin, it's in regard to quality of life and growth. I mean, I don't know if it's the same in your district, but it is mine.
Yes, sir. It sure is. And I always find myself struggling with, the government's role here, right? In a property rights issue is the way I kind of approach this. And so would you say that this bill actually requires government to kind of stop sitting on their hands and start proactively putting plans in place to address growth?
it authorizes them to. It doesn't require in the sense that it compels them to do so, but it expressly says that if you have a comprehensive plan in place, that concurrency is a tool by which you can control growth. So it isn't prescriptive and say you have to have it. It is an empowering authorization piece of legislation. But to your point, it is sending a signal to local governments, and I'll be quite frank here, and I think the senator from Charleston would agree with me here. We have, Senator Campson, we have historically entrusted local governments exclusively, at least since the Home Rule Act was passed back in 1973, with regulating growth, controlling growth, handling these issues. I will say that at least in Beaufort County, 20, 30 years ago, local governments let us down in that regard, in that there was a race between counties and municipalities as to who could book the most growth. And so when you had a developer in the county that was, say, only allowed to build one house per 2 acres, and they couldn't get it rezoned, they would annex into an adjacent municipality and say, if you give me, 3 units per acre or 2 units per acre, I'll annex my property into your city and you get that tax base. And that happened a lot back in the 1990s and the early 2000s. And so those annexations occurred, development agreements were negotiated, vested rights were locked in, and so the counties are now faced with, municipalities are now faced with decisions that were made 30 years ago, because these property owners have these vested rights now, and they're saying, here's our agreement, and we're willing to pay the impact fee that you have, give us a building permit. And so, and in Beaufort County, it's not a matter of 1 or 200, it's 6, 7, 10,000 units being approved. There's 10,000 units being approved right now in Hardeeville. And so those are more cars dumped onto a road system that is already overwhelmed. And so this is giving local governments a constructive tool for those counties and municipalities that truly want to address that quality of life issue. This gives them the legal mechanism where they can do it in a way that would not subject them to a lawsuit. And the testimony we heard and discussions I've had with some local government officials is they're afraid to act in this space because they have counsel telling them, you're going to get sued for inverse condemnation or regulatory taking because we don't think you have the power to say no. And so this is an attempt to balance the rights of a landowner, recognizing that they have property rights, and recognizing the inherent power of a local government to have development occur in a way that protects quality of life. It's an attempt to steer that middle ground is what this legislation is.
Does this concurrency legislation, does it speak just in regards to primary or to residents, or does it also speak to the commercial aspects, the industrial aspects, those types?
It applies to both, but as a practical matter, I think in most instances you're going to see it apply to residential, because residential by its nature is going to have more impact on infrastructure than a commercial establishment will. A commercial establishment tends to service a community that's already there and doesn't necessarily bring more traffic. Well, I guess you can make the argument that people come from out of the area and come in. But I think to a greater degree, the impacts in regard to level of service deficiencies are going to be exposed with residential development. So I think that's primarily what you're looking at here. And to be frank with you, in terms of the infrastructure itself, what we're really talking about here, if you get to the heart of it, are roads. To a lesser degree, water and sewer, to a lesser degree, fire and police, to a degree, schools as well. But really, if we're getting to the majority of it, it's roads is what we're talking about.
I will be honest with you, at least in my district, sewer seems to be just as important for infrastructure needs, because you can't, I used to represent before I became a senator. Now I appoint the board for Chester Sewer District, so I had to resign that position. But you can't build a 10 million gallon per day sewer capacity plant for, $20 million anymore. You're talking 100 million plus. And so those are big ticket items, and a lot of times these rooftops, when they come in big droves, sewers also a major driver on whether there's capacity there to fill or not.
Right.
And so that's just, I was curious in regards to if you thought, because sometimes what I've seen in the past, not in Chester necessarily, but other places, is that sometimes this is a hot button item for county council members. And a lot of times, I don't think they wanted to act. Maybe they didn't know how to act on some of these things. But I was just curious if you thought this legislation would kind of, force their hand a little bit. Look, you got to get out there. You got to address this one way or another.
I would think as a practical matter, to answer your question, if this were to pass and local governments were given this authority, they would be hard-pressed in high-growth areas because their constituency is going to be demanding it. The residents are going to be demanding that they have those programs. It probably would put some pressure on them to address this in a way that perhaps they haven't already.
Thank you, sir.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for a few questions.
Senator
Yields
Yields.
for questions. Senator Yields for questions.
So, Senator, when you're including the list of what could be considered with concurrency, I mean, it begins with transportation facilities. So tell me what that means. I mean, are you saying, well, the bus system's not coming out here far enough, and so we're going to require, I mean, I don't have any idea what transportation facilities means. I get the roads, I get the schools, but when we start getting down there to law enforcement, how many sheriff's deputies? I mean, I just don't know. Some of these things seem so vague and elastic that if someone's looking for a reason to deny something, it seems like on this list they could find it pretty easy.
Fair enough. And I think if we boiled it down to things that were the absolutely critical things, I would say it's roads and bridges and schools. I would say those two things, those two categories of infrastructure, if the bill did nothing but have those two things identified and imposed a requirement on local governments to have a capital plan in place to address those deficiencies, that would handle about 95% of the problem.
Well, did you know I agree with you on your assessment, but all these other things, in my mind, are going to raise concerns that this is just too big, too much of a hammer for what you're trying to do, which I really do think comes back, as you just said, to roads and schools primarily. So I'm not sure how someone would say, well, we got a stormwater problem, so you can't build a subdivision, because to build a subdivision, you got to have a stormwater plan anyway. I mean, I just don't know why this is loaded up with something like a transportation facility, because unless that's defined, I don't know how someone could use that to make an argument against building a subdivision.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Senator from Anderson. I think if we limited the universe of infrastructure to roads and bridges and schools, it would accomplish the vast majority of the objective and the quality of life impacts that constituents ask about.
Thank you.
Senator from Lancaster, then I'll come to the senator from Charleston. Senator, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator will yield for questions.
I apologize.
Or I'll be glad to defer to Senator Campson. Are you up, Senator? Okay. Thank you. Senator, I really, do you know that I really admire your work here in the chamber? You are obviously one of the hardest working guys we've got here. But on this issue, I just have to go 180 degrees the other way. I just think that what this is more regulations, it's more government. Did you know I was on Lancaster County Council for about 6 years, a term and a half?
Yeah, I knew you'd serve in local government.
And did you know that I was also a member and chairman of the Lancaster Joint Planning Commission in the late 70s when we first started implementing zoning? So I've lived in this arena, which might not have been a good thing when you think about it, but it was a lot of headaches and a lot of growth and a lot of things that have happened in Lancaster while we had it. But the first real question I have is, has Lexington County adopted concurrency?
I believe Lexington County has, and I know this from reading in the newspaper, has told a landowner that they cannot move forward and are not going to be given development permits because they have said that school capacity is not sufficient to accommodate that growth. Whether or not they've adopted a methodology for determining what that deficiency is, or whether they have a capital plan to address that deficiency, whether they've made that publicly available, which would be required under this concurrency. I don't know if they've done any of that.
So about 2.5, 3 years ago on Lancaster County Council, our planning staff came to us and said, hey, we've got this great idea of concurrency. And so as we started discussing it, just as we're doing here, my question to them was, where in South Carolina is it being done, and what has been certain success stories that was gleaned out of concurrency? So the next month they brought in an article from the Planning and Whatever magazine that they all read, and it talked about Lexington County was starting a concurrency program. But nobody at that point in time had actually been doing concurrency in the way I think we're talking about today and the way they were talking about it even then. So as I say that, I just got to ask, what counties are really asking for this? Where is the push?
My county is asking for it. You know, in my county, in Beaufort County, I think county council members would love the ability to tell one of these large, the senator from Greenville's point, these large builders like D.R. Horton or whatever it is, they buy up 1,000, 2,000 acres of land, clear cut the land, and put in 7,000 homes. They would love the ability to say to that landowner, we recognize you have a development agreement that was given to you back in the 90s, whenever it might have been. We recognize that you're willing to pay impact fees, but we're not going to allow you to build all those units right now because we don't have road infrastructure capacity to support that development. They would love the ability to be able to say that, but on advice of council, and I think sage advice of council, that absent legislative authority given by the General Assembly to a local government, they may subject themselves to an inverse condemnation or to a regulatory taking argument. And so to answer your question, I can't speak to other areas of the state, but Beaufort County desperately would want the ability, because I'm seeing Beaufort County before my eyes, and I've lived there for 41 years, be ruined. I'm seeing trees cut down. I'm seeing estuarian systems being compromised. I'm seeing our roads choked, and what used to take 45 minutes take almost 2 hours. I'm hearing from constituents who are saying the quality of life here in Beaufort County is being destroyed. So that's who's asking for it.
Okay, so you mentioned earlier that maybe the counties, you and another senator had together consulted and thought that maybe the counties had not done a good job with their planning, with their growth, which obviously was given to them under Act 388. But this really...
No, Act 388 gave them, I mean, it constrained their ability to raise property taxes and took the school operations off of 4% properties. It didn't really materially address how they control growth.
Well, I think it's Chapter 29, Title 6 did, though.
No, you said Act 388, I'm sorry.
Okay. Anyway, so I really worry about the counties. If they didn't do a good job in the past, how is this going to make them be any better? And I don't know what other counties do, but I know one in particular where we had most of the county zoned low-density residential, and just talk about residential. And therefore, the developers, and I'm not saying we did everything right by any means, because I do think we've kind of gotten these tracts of whatever, 200 acres and putting 300 homes on them consistently, but they had to come to us to get a rezoning in order to get there. And in part of that rezoning, the county council did look at, and the planning commissions did too, these elements of concurrency that you're talking about. In Lancaster County, whenever someone